All of you are seated down, or all of you have sat down, because we said today we are starting at 9 o'clock. Good morning, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Ntuli. Good morning, Honorable Ngola. Good morning, Honorable Sokanyile. Good morning, Honorable Skosana. Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo. Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach. Good morning, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Kola Barnett.
Good morning.
Honorable Thopa, good morning. Good morning, Honorable James. SC, good morning.
Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Good morning,
everyone in the
Bangazita.
house.
Goeiemorgen, meneer. Good morning, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Good morning, Honorable N. Matthews.
Good morning, Chair, from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you so much. When I have greeted you this side, I must greet our guest here. Good morning, Mr. Cedric Nkabinde. No, we said we are starting at 9 o'clock, and this is the time to exchange pleasantries. That is why I'm greeting him. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Cedric Nkabinde. Good morning to you. Good morning, the staff of Parliament. Good morning, the staff of Parliament. Good morning, members of the media. And good morning to the support staff of political parties. Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, good morning to you. We have greeted you in your absence because we said we were going to start at 9 o'clock. And when you walked in, we realized that when we greeted you, you were not here. We greeted an empty chair. And so, because I am a benevolent chairperson, I find it proper that we must exchange pleasantries in your presence. A very good morning to you and welcome. Good morning, Honorable Malema. Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, ngiyabonga sihlalo. Bengifuna ukureporta ukuthi ilunga lethu Honorable Shongwe uzoba late ngesimo sokuthi uyawa admit izolo esibhedlela emveni kokuthi evakashele indawo yasenyanga ebeyikade isha enemikhukhu. So wasethola ismoke bam admit odokotela base bemkhipha namhlanje esibhedlela. Uzojoin umhlangano kodwa uzojoina late ngisho ngesizulu ngoba no Shongwe uhleze ekhuluma isizulu.
Yeah, no, I hear what you are saying, Honorable Nomval. Where I come from, the majority of the people in generations are part of the great migration from Northern Africa, which resulted with the people that you call the Nguni and the Bagoni that you have in the former Northern Transvaal. So, to some extent, the languages or the phonology is mutually intelligible. Honorable Sangona, good morning. Thank you so much. We have received an apology of Honorable Shongwe, who will join us later if time permits. Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Kola Barnett are having a parliamentary commitment at 2 o'clock. So we will release them at that time and they will rejoin the proceedings after that. Honorable Klopa is not going to be with us next week due to study commitments. Can I check if we have further apologies? Honorable Cameron.
Chair, also parliamentary commitments that I'll slip out to the same as the Honourable Breitenbach and Kalabon.
Okay. That is granted. Further apologies? Thank you so much. In your absence, Mr. Nkabinde, when the chair greets the members one by one, it's a way of introducing them to you. And because we did that in your absence, I just want to indicate to you that in the front row, from my extreme left, seated Honorable Malema, Honorable Leanne Matthews, the Chief Whip, Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Sangone. And then the senior counsel is Advocate Arense, is sitting with Advocate Mkhwanazi. And the next row is Honorable Cameron, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable James, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Mwango. And then the last row is Honorable Kola Banat, Honorable Klopa, and Honorable Nomvalo. I must also recognize the presence of Honorable Pambo, who is sitting behind you. He's a member of parliament from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Welcome, Honorable Pambo. Honorable members, let me hand over to the SC to confirm that the witness who is before us is the guest that we expected today.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, all my colleagues and media and Chair, may I confirm that we have here today Cedric Mtokozizi Nkabinde, who is scheduled to testify before the Honourable Committee today. We have met him several times and we can confirm that he is indeed the witness that we wish to ask questions today.
Thank you so much. Mr. Nkabinde, did you come alone? Did you come alone here, or is there any person accompanying you?
Yes, I do have legal representatives behind me. Yes, Chairperson, I do have legal representatives accompanying me, who's sitting behind me.
Okay.
Yes.
And
That's
then your legal representative has proper South African documents.
Yes.
Okay. No, we don't want to be answerable to some issues that may be beyond our competence as a committee. We just want to assure ourselves that the bona fides of the person that you bring here are not questionable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
We are going to move to the next item, that is the administration of oath. Before I administer oath, I must just read the following to you to inform you that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and that you have been invited to provide information in relation to the committee's oversight work, which includes, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS, the South African Police Services, and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending the invitation to you to appear before this committee, the chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Mr. Nkabinde, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Mr. Nkabinde, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2), Section 17 subsection 2 of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You will be required to take an oath or an affirmation that the evidence you are about to give before this committee is truthful. Which one do you elect, Mr. Nkabinde, oath or affirmation?
Oath, sir.
Thank you so much. You have elected to take an oath. You will follow me as I dictate. You will say "I" and then mention your full names.
I, Cedric Nkabinde,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
SC, it's from now until 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Committee members. Good morning, Mr. Nkabinde.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Nkabinde, you were appointed by Minister Mkhwanazi as his Chief of Staff with effect from the 1st of August 2024, after he was appointed by the President as Minister of Police in July 2024.
That's correct.
And you still hold that position as Chief of Staff. We know subsequently that Minister Mkhwanazi has been placed on leave, special leave, and you've been reassigned to some other position.
That's correct.
Which position would that be?
I'm assigned responsibilities with SIRA. I'm reassigned to a position of state management with SIRA.
Okay.
which falls under the ministry
The Ministry of
of Police.
Of Police.
Yes, it's one of our entity.
You were appointed for, would that have been a 3-year fixed term period? Or were you appointed on a permanent?
I'm appointed and attached to the contract with the minister, which I believe is 5 years. My
Yeah, Chief
contract
of Staff is normally aligned with the
with the principal,
term-
yes.
term of
10
office
of the
of the
office,
minister.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've consulted with you, we drafted your statement in which you had input with your legal advisors, and the statement before the Honourable Committee today is the final statement. Now, your appearance here today arises from the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July. You familiar with that?
Yes, I do.
And subsequent to that, the Honourable Ad hoc Committee was appointed by the National Assembly to inquire into these allegations. They in the terms of reference, which you also familiar with.
Yes, correct.
They're quite extensive, but you're going to assist us today when you give your evidence in relation to the issues that are outlined at paragraph 8 of your statement. Okay, I'll just check now. 8.1, the directive of the minister dated 31 December 2024. Any claim regarding corruption, financial or otherwise bribery or misuse of public resources within SAPS or any other relevant institution, and the alleged corrupt relationship between Minister Mkhunu, Mr. Brown Mkhotsi, and between Mr. Mkhotsi and Vusimuzi Kat Matlala. So those are specifically the issues that you're going to assist us with.
It's correct, sir.
Can I just, before we proceed, have you got the bundle, your statement with the annexes in front of you?
Not yet, sir.
So, it seems as if Honourable Chair,
Just a
I
moment.
must
Honourable,
apologize that I
Honourable Ngola,
assumed that.
can we check SC? Honourable Ngola, do you want to say something?
No, Chair, I was saying I do have the documents. I found them on my doorstep.
Is it, our guest does not have? Do you have,
I think
Mr.
Adam's
Nkabinde?
before them.
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Okay, let me check with the support staff.
Maybe we have a short adjournment, Honourable Chair.
Yeah, no, let's break for 10 minutes. The documents are here in the House, SC. I think we must just circulate them. And we must apologize for that, because the practice is that when members come in, they find the documents on their tables. Mr. Nkabinde, what did you do before you come here?
I pray.
You prayed.
Yes.
Was it only a prayer?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's fine. Because I fail to understand why our documents were not distributed on time. And my understanding is that your prayer could not stop the distribution of documents, because a prayer is always made in good faith. Honorable Souls, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cedric Nkabinde has arrived.
Yes, I noted that, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, SC. Are the documents proper? I just want to get your indication if you are satisfied that those are the right documents.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Mr. Nkabinde, sorry for the delay. Chair, the only new or additional documents that are in fact not new or additional, they are referenced in Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's statement to us, the original statement, MK16, MK27. They are really just handed to the committee and to Mr. Nkabinde for ease of reference, so that if and when we do refer to them, we have it handy and we don't have to look on our computers to find them. And the only, as it were, new documents, we have also handed out a copy of the full search and seizure application that was brought, you'll recall, in the South Gauteng High Court to seize the devices of Minister Mkhunu, Mr. Nkabinde. So those are the documents. And then there's an email exchange between Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Nkabinde, which was copied to the committee last night already. I think we're still waiting for the printed copies. So other than that, here we are ready to proceed. I don't think any of the documents Mr. Nkabinde can confirm that's now been handed to him and to the honourable members. He's seen them, and either we've consulted about it or he has consulted his own lawyers about these documents. I don't think there's anything that will catch him by surprise. So if we may proceed. Mr. Nkabinde, we went through a few preliminaries and your appointment in particular, and your appointment is aligned with that of Minister Mkhunu. And just to confirm, if you go to Annexure CMN1 to your statement, that is the letter that you send to a Brigadier Kemp, who's the section head of senior management and personnel maintenance, confirming Minister Mkhunu's support staff, which assumed duty from the 1st of August. Your name is at the top. You see that?
That's correct.
Just so that we get this out of the way, I see next to digit 4 there is a Ms. Mkhwanazi, no relation.
Can you repeat that?
I say a Ms. Mkhwanazi Mantombi Kamagelo. There's no, it's not related to Brown Mkhwanazi.
No. No, she's not.
Thank you. Just in terms of your appointment, we know we had taken Minister Mkhunu through this, so we don't have to spend any time on it. The position of Chief of Staff in particular is an important position of trust, and all ministers, cabinet ministers, are given a discretion to employ a chief of staff of their choice. But you still went through a process. Just describe that briefly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I addressed this issue on my paragraph 34, from 34,
Yeah.
on my statement. Paragraph 35, Minister Mkhwanazi, after he was appointed, he's got a discretion in relation to the position of a chief of staff to nominate, whereby he nominated me in that position. And then the HR department subsequently took over the process, where minister does not get involved in that process. So HR department will then take over the process in terms of suitability, whether a person nominated by the minister is suitable, qualified, meet all the requirements, screening, and so forth, until the HR department will give back to the minister recommendation that the person that you nominated, he duly qualified, he passed all the screening, he passed all the assessments, relevant assessments. That's in summary, Chair, what happened.
And you deal with all of that from paragraphs 34 onwards in your statement. And you met all the relevant qualifications for the post?
I met all the requirements for the post, Chair.
Can you just take us to those qualifications?
Your microphone is far away.
Sorry, can you just take us to those qualifications which is at paragraph 13 on page 9?
Thank you, Chair. My relevant qualification, I hold a national diploma in policing. I also hold a BTech degree in policing, as well as a basic training certificate, which I've obtained in Bishop Police Academy. I also hold several of career development courses, which is detective learning program, sexual offenses investigation, crime administration system, and trained the trainer accredited as a detective, as a qualified detective trainer.
And just talk to us again briefly from paragraph 9 onwards, your experience in the South African Police Service and also in IPID.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My relevant experience, with my experience working in the South African Police Service, whereby in 2004 I started as a detective constable, which this role also included being a qualified detective trainer, where I was training detectives. During that time, my specialist in my training to the detective was the Criminal Procedure Act, criminal law, and law of evidence. In 2010, I was then got a promotional post as a captain, where I joined ICD, Independent Complaints Directorate, which is now known as IPID, which is Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Then subsequently in 2012, I was promoted as an assistant director. That is a position which I hold until I left and resigned from IPID in 2018. Then after I resigned, I took up a post in a private sector as a head of forensics, as a manager, which that is a position I held from November 2018 until the appointment as a chief of staff, which I resigned to join Minister Mkhwanazi as a chief of staff. Thank you, Chair.
Now, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi told us that you were unemployed for a while and he secured you a job or an appointment with a security company.
Chair, after I left IPID, which is subsequent from May 2018, which I sat at home, but during that time it was under suspension until September 2018, still sitting at home. That is when the dates subsequently I resigned. Then in November, General Mkhwanazi, he helped me, assisted me to find a job, which that's what friends are for, as he was my friend. So that is correct. He's correct that after some few months not employed, he's the one who assisted me to find a job from a private sector company. In the private sector company, we are having a different division. My role was to head a forensic division in that private sector company. Thank you, sir.
Just tell us a little bit, you mentioned your suspension, was that at IPID?
Yes, yes, yes.
What were the reasons for that suspension, and did you subsequently resign from IPID as a result of the suspension, or was there some kind of disciplinary process or inquiry?
Yes, Chair, if I address that in paragraph 28 on my statement. I left IPID in 2018 after a misunderstanding with the executive director of IPID, which was Mr. Robert McBride. This misunderstanding arose from where I blew a whistle. Where I blew a whistle, I submitted a report to the then Minister General Pegicele to blow that whistle, what was happening within IPID, where implicated Mr. McBride. Then when I submitted that disclosure to the then Minister Pegicele, subsequently my report was 28 April 2018. Then 25 May, the very same report ended up in the hands of Mr. McBride, which he got very upset with the content where the report was implicating him in particular and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Then in that report, Mr. McBride got so upset with me and he suspended me immediately because of that disclosure which I made to the minister. Then in September 2018, it was going to be my departmental hearing for what I was suspended for. Then during that time on my hearing, it was 19 September 2018. Before my departmental hearing commenced, Mr. McBride arrived in the venue. It was in Sentin. He arrived at the venue, which it was a shock to all of us that what McBride is doing in the hearing, because he's the executive director. Then subsequently, Mr. McBride had a long chat with his legal team representing IPID. Then after that, my legal team were called in, and then they informed me that Mr. McBride is proposing a settlement agreement, that my hearing should not continue. He will withdraw all charges against me, then I should resign. So that is part of our confidential settlement agreement, which I accepted. So I left IPID after entering into that settlement agreement, where all charges Mr. McBride was charging me, he withdrew, then I entered into settlement agreement with the IPID. That's how I left IPID, Chair.
So you deal Well, not in the same detail that you've now done verbally, but you reference that at paragraphs 29 and 30 of your statement.
That's correct, Chair.
So the effect of that settlement agreement was to sweep your whistleblower report under the carpet, is it?
Yes, it was a negotiations. Then I had no choice than to accept the settlement agreement and walk away.
Okay. And the alleged conduct of Mr. McBride was also then never inquired into or investigated?
Subsequently to that, Chair, the former Minister Begicele, subsequently he used my report as one of his reasons not to renew the contract of Mr. McBride. So my report was dealt with in the Portfolio Committee of Police, where they were deliberating the renewal of the contract of Mr. McBride. So my report was used in those deliberations why the contract of Mr. McBride is not going to be renewed. And it was also referred to the National Assembly, where they have to have a determination whether the contract of Mr. McBride should be renewed. So my report was used in that process, hence Mr. McBride hates me with passion as we speak. And Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Thank you, Chair.
So that submission is not quite correct, that the effect of the settlement was to sweep your complaint about him under the carpet. It was subsequently used here in Parliament.
No, it's not correct. It was thoroughly ventilated, which consequently his contract was not renewed because of that report. And up to the extent that there were even criminal dockets that were registered, 2 criminal dockets that were registered. One was opened by a former Hawks boss of Gauteng, General Mokoteti, I think it's that surname. He opened a case of treason because of that report. And then there was also another second docket where Mr. McBride and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Mr. Sissogo, who is currently at IDEC, they were implicated in that report. And Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Mr. McBride, subsequently, they were arrested. And in that docket, it was then said the IO needs to get a racketeering certificate. Then up until now, I think it's lying dust there with the NPA. Up until now, there's nothing happening. But they were arrested and subsequently waiting for a racketeering certificate through my report against them. So there were criminal dockets. Subsequently, Mr. McBride contracts were not renewed because of that report, sir.
And subsequently, did you make a more or a formal statement to the investigating officer of the police who was now investigating this matter?
Yes, I'm a key witness in those dockets. I submitted a statement.
And according to your knowledge, the matter is still pending?
The matters are still pending.
Can we now move on to your relationship with Minister Mkhunu? And you'll see that in your statement from paragraphs 18 to 30 and also 34 to 39.
Let's see. Can I just check with Mr. Nkabinde? The matters that you say are still pending, are they part of the information that you reported to the then minister?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Now, you know by now, Mr. Nkabinde, that your relationship with Minister Mkhunu has come under some scrutiny in this honorable committee in relation to your appointment as his chief of staff. Now, we rewind a bit to when you first met him. There were allegations that you assisted Minister Mkhunu in relation to charges that were brought against him for defeating the ends of justice in relation to the murder of Xolani Nkosi. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Can you recall what these charges were, and then subsequently what was your role?
Thank you, Chair. It was around about a year of 2017 where we received a complaint from Minister Mkhunu at
That's
IPID.
IPID.
Yes. We received a complaint from Minister Mkhunu. In that complaint, Minister Mkhunu was complaining about a progress of a murder case of Xolani. Xolani was one of his security detail while he was a premier. That the murder of Xolani, he's not happy with the progress, that there are always clues leading to the perpetrators, but the police are not taking that direction. And in fact, they now regard him as a suspect. So he said he feel that, or he suspect that there's an harassment by the police, which were the hawks targeting him instead of pursuing the murder case. So he felt that there is something untoward the behavior of the police. Hence, he reported it in the ICD, since ICD were responsible for a conduct against the police. So that is a complaint we've received in IPID. That's how I got to know, but I will explain further until we got to him, we interviewed him and so forth, Chair.
The complaint from Minister Mkhunu, at that time he was no longer the Premier of KZN and didn't hold any particular office.
That's correct, Chair.
And that is at CMN2.
I found it, Chair.
You found it?
Yes.
So, Mr. Nkabinde, we're not going to go through the whole complaint, but you'll see in the first paragraph, Mr. Xolani Nkosi was shot dead in the evening of 17 July 2015 at Dumusani Mackay village, also known as Mhlatuzi village in Mpangeni in KZN. He worked at the office of the Premier at the time, serving in the security unit. So at the time when Minister Mkhunu was the Premier of KZN,
That's correct, Chair.
this occurred. The case was then opened, but if you can just go to towards the end of the complaint letter by Minister Mkhunu, he says in the middle of the page, a senior police officer, Shlongwani, I'm not sure of his rank, was later assigned to the case. I learned he found no reason. The court collapsed the case and got to a fresh start on the docket. During the period, I learned that fresh efforts were underway to get me arrested. Shlongwani was subsequently removed and the case was taken over by the then Hawks. Apparently, the Hawks got to the same mission where I was viewed as a suspect and were keen on the arrest. They held a meeting with a private investigator at some point, after which they were to work together. Since then, there is silence on the whole investigation on the deceased. Key puzzles on this matter, which are a source of grave concern: the abandonment of the case around the identified and arrested suspects, including the suspected trigger puller at Josini, and the manner in which the whole case has been handled up to now. Lack of progress on the investigation on the murder despite so many investigators and investigations. So it seems to be the case that Minister Mkhunu was complaining about the lack of progress on the investigation.
That's correct, Chair.
We understood from his evidence that at the time the DPP had already decided not to prosecute the matter, or to prosecute him in the matter.
Chair, I think it's also important to elaborate the distinction, because the DPP did not decline to prosecute a murder case. A murder case continued until the suspects were arrested and convicted and sentenced. So maybe I can give a brief summary of a defeating case. So after Minister Mkhunu submitted this complaint to IPID, he's complaining about this police conduct. Subsequently to that, I was assigned to the docket to investigate that case, that complaint. Then during my investigation, including visiting the Hawks, because Hawks were the one dealing with the murder docket of Xolani, to try and ascertain about the complaint of Minister Mkhunu. Then I then got to understand that there were a defeating the ends of justice case, that it was registered against the police, which were working with a private investigator. The private investigator was appointed by Minister Mkhunu. So there was a defeating the ends of justice that were registered, and subsequently, because the private investigator was hired by Minister Mkhunu, subsequently Minister Mkhunu was also a suspect in that defeating. Then when I go through all the documents, that defeating were already declined to prosecute by the DPP. By that time, it was 5 years ago. So now when I'm trying to figure out what is a valid reason now to reopen the case after the DPP declined, that is where we realized that there were no valid reason to reopen the case. So my investigation ended there, where I submitted a report and my recommendation to the Hawks that there is nothing wrong to reopen a case as long as they follow all legal prescripts, whereby there is any new evidence, there are any new information, and then they take it, the docket, back to the DPP to overturn the decision of that DPP. Those were my recommendation, that in fact, just follow the correct procedure, because the minister is feeling harassment. So just follow those processes. Where there is a need, the DPP will decide whether someone has to be accountable and so forth. So my investigation ended there. Up until now, I don't know what happened after that.
And what you described, Mr. Nkabinde, Mr. McBride, who was the executive director of IPID at the time, he had accompanied you to Minister Mkhunu's house. Was he fully aware of the subsequent developments that you've described? And your recommendation to the Hawks that the investigation be discontinued?
Thank you, Chair. That visit, it was at an initial stage before I even commenced with my investigation. So if I can just highlight, Chair, about that visit. We received a complaint head office in Pretoria about the complaint of Mr. Minister Mkhwanazi. After we've received that report, that complaint, and the complaint was assigned to me. Then I had a duty now to go and visit the complainant to get more details. Because in the complaint letter, you will have to get more details and interview him thorough. So what happened at one stage, we were in KZN, and Mr. McBride was present in KZN for other work. Then Mr. McBride remembered about this complaint, which he assigned to me. Then he then said, we are here in KZN, let Soma go and meet and interview Minister Mkhwanazi. Because Mr. McBride knew that that was an outstanding issue for me to go. And in fact, I'm the one who's supposed to go. Then Mr. McBride, then he said, no, let's go, I'll go with you. And then we went there, we interviewed him, then we done, and then Mr. McBride introduced formally to myself to Minister Mkhwanazi. Then we exchanged numbers. Then this is Mr. Nkabinde, which I assigned your complaint to him. Going forward, he's the one who will liaise with you. So that's how that visit came about.
And just two questions arising from that. The one is that, or certainly at the time when you were with IPID, was that normal practice or usual practice for an investigator to visit a complainant to discuss the matter?
It is, even if when I was in the police, we are the one as service delivery. We have to go to the complainant.
And in this case, it was, even though he was now a former premier, wasn't a minister at the time, also a high-profile complainant.
Yes, I took it like that, why Mr. McBride is accompanying me. I took it in that level, that maybe it's a complaint from a high-profile person.
And Mr. McBride appeared to know Mr. Mkhwanazi at the time?
Yeah, appeared to know each other.
And was Mr. McBride involved at any stage subsequent to your introduction to Mr. Mkhwanazi and your further investigations and your report to the Hawks? Was Mr. McBride involved at all in?
No, he was
in that
never.
process?
He was never involved until I submitted a report to him. The report that I was alluding before.
Okay. And what happened to this private investigator? Is that normal practice or usual for? Well, at the time when he was appointed by Mr. Mkhwanazi, he was a suspect. He complained subsequently about the conduct of the Hawks. But as a suspect, to appoint a private investigator, for what purpose would that have been? To work with the police, to make sure that the police or IPID is doing their work? Can you comment on that?
Chair, if I can make it clear on that one, Minister Mkhwanazi was not a suspect. His bodyguard or a security personnel in his office was shot dead. He was not a suspect at all. And Minister Mkhwanazi was not happy with the progress of the investigation. He had an interest in the case because his staff member has been murdered. So hiring a private investigator, it was out of that interest that the progress is very slow. Probably the private investigator, working with the police, he might share some more light. So not as a suspect.
Well, Minister Mkhunu had complained. If you look at the second page of his letter of complaint, he said, it's unnumbered, unfortunately. Shlongwane was subsequently removed, and and the case was taken over by the then Hawks. Apparently, the Hawks got the same mission where I was viewed as a suspect.
Yes, that was basically his concerns, that his a staff member made a case. The progress is very slow. There are several clues for police to follow to the arrest of perpetrators, but they are not interested to do that. In fact, they now view him as a suspect. So he did not hire, but even though I was not there, but when I look through the documentations, he did not hire a private investigator as a suspect. He hired a private investigator as a person who's got an interest in the case with a slow progress in the investigation.
Well, as you know, the Hawks then viewed that as an attempt by Minister Mkhunu to defeat the ends of justice by employing this private investigator, presumably to make the case go away.
Chairperson, that's not how even the defeating the ends of justice, when I peruse the docket, that is not how was registered. It was not registered on the basis of him hiring a private investigator. The defeating ends of justice emanates when the police from head office, which it was on the intervention of a former minister, Nathi Nhleko. The police from head office working with the private investigator. Subsequently, they went to the police station and take back the deceased cell phone back to the deceased family. And then the IO in the Hawks, he viewed that they are disturbing his investigation. Even if there is nothing wrong to take a deceased property, but he viewed that it has to be done through him. That's how the defeating ends of justice emanated from. It was about that cell phone. And the investigating officer, when I read all the documentation in that docket, he requested them to bring back that cell phone, of which they did. So if you read the entry of the DPP, the reasons why he declined, because I also read those reasons. The reasons, one of the reasons is saying, one, there are no prospects of successful prosecution. And in law, there is nothing wrong to take the deceased cell phone back to his family. The third reason, which I was reading there, the third reason is that when the IO requested the phone to come back, because it means he was still going to do some investigation, there is no evidence showing that the cell phone were ever tampered with. So now the prosecutor said, I cannot prove the defeating, even if the problem is the cell phone and there is no evidence showing that was it ever tampered with. So it means no one here is showing an intention to defeat. So those are some of the reasons the DPP declined to prosecute that case, Chair.
Okay. Now you mentioned late Minister. Sorry, is it? Sorry. At the time, my apologies. It was Minister of Police Nathi Nhleko I'm reading from the letter of complaint where Mr. Mkhwanazi says, I then took the initiative and called the then Minister of Police, Natin Shleko, to request that he assigns 2 senior police officers from outside KZN to the case. He agreed. On the other hand, I approached a private investigator to assist on the matter. The 2 police officers and the private investigator met and agreed to work together. And then in the last paragraph, the private investigator informed me that seemingly I was viewed
Chair.
by the unit.
Chair, can the SC mind his mic? We're even struggling to follow him now. Was just looks away from his mic and talks a very low. We're struggling, Chair. Can he mind his mic, please?
See, it is the 2 of you behind the mic. So you need to help each other. That the mic is always directed to your mouth.
Mr. Nkabinde, did you hear what I read out in the Minister Mkhwanazi's letter of complaint?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. He called the then Minister of Police. He had a private investigator appointed to assist in the matter. 2 police officers and the private investigator agreed to work. And then he concludes and he says, the private investigator informed me that seemingly I was viewed by the unit in Pietermaritzburg as a suspect in the murder.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what Minister Mkhwanazi was feeling, that instead of we are giving all the information and all the necessary clues, but there is no progress in pursuing those perpetrators. Instead, I'm now viewed as a suspect. That in that context, Chair.
So after your visit to him with Mr. McBride and your own investigations and your report to the Hawks, ultimately suspects were arrested and prosecuted and sentenced.
That's correct, Chair.
Then subsequent to that matter, that would have been concluded before your departure from IPID in 2018, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. It was not a complex investigation.
Okay.
I finished it very quickly and submit a report. I was still there.
At that time, had you already met or known Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Not at all. But it was during that time when General Mkhwanazi was introduced to me while I was in IPID.
Then, after after you left IPID in 2018, did you subsequently have any dealings with or interaction with Minister Mkhwanazi?
I got to know Minister Mkhwanazi in that basis. Then after that, I kept contact with him, even though it was not regularly. But he's a person that I kept contact with him as a person of a high profile. Once in a while, we do have to chat on some other general things, maybe 6 months, 8 months, but it was not regular. But I kept contact with him.
Why? What would have been your common interest to keep contact with
My
Mr.
common
Mkhwanazi?
interest, Chair, this is I know this person as a premier. and I'm having now his direct contact with him. So he's a person I look up to as our high profile in the government, in politics. You only see these people on TV. Then once you have that, then I kept contact that now I know a premier
Nobody,
for the status. I know the premier. Like for instance, here in this room, if I can get a number, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. These are high people I will look up to. You see them on TV. Now I've got a direct contact with that person.
but he was now a former premier in 2017 when you started your investigation as a IPID investigator. He was a former premier. And by the time you reported to the Hawks that the case should no longer, or recommended that the case should no longer be pursued, he was still the former premier.
Correcting that statement, Chair, there was no such report that the case should not be pursued. So I think we need to correct that. My recommendation was basically, if you feel that the case needs to be reopened, these are correct procedures that you need to follow because the complainant feel harassment. Yeah, so that is it. So, Chair, if you can repeat your question.
Yeah, just before that, I think Honorable Sokanyile wants to give you her contact numbers. Yes.
I'll keep it. There are even numbers I have for members of this committee. I keep it for future reference.
No, Chair, I wanted to check. Okay. I wanted to check when Mr. Nkabinde is saying that frequently he would call Minister Mkhwanazi. Yes. Okay. I'm just checking if they did talk with the case he was investigating up until the time he got to be appointed to be the Chief of Staff.
Chairperson, firstly, I will need to correct frequently. What I said, I kept contact with Minister Mkhwanazi, even though it was not frequent.
So you say
Yes.
it was infrequent.
It was infrequent. Yes, yes. Yeah. And about the case, when I made that report, Chair, I did send a formal feedback letter to the complainant about the feedback of my investigation and my findings. And about the case, Honorable Chair, that was the last time we spoke about it. After that, we even never touched on it. Thank you, Chair.
How long did it take you to, or when did you start the investigation of the complaint? How long did it take you to conclude your report and submit it to the authorities?
Immediately after our visit with Mr. McBride, immediately I started with my investigation.
That was in 2017.
It was in 2017, and it took hardly a month to finalize it. Then I submitted the report. It was only about perusing document and interviewing relevant people. Then I submit my findings and recommendations. It was hardly a month, sir.
You also want to remind us that this is a case which the DPP has declined to prosecute 5 years previously.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. SC, you may proceed. What about the number?
I will be very glad.
And nothing beyond the number, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, you say at paragraph 26 of your statement that Minister Mkhwanazi and I continued to have a relationship after the investigation, which over the year developed as we kept in contact.
That is correct, Chair.
So can you explain, because that seems to indicate something more than just infrequent contact with a person, with a high-profile person, or a person that might be of use to you in the future because of his high profile? But this describes a relationship. So what was that relationship? What is the nature of the relationship? Or the
Chair,
basis?
sorry, Chair, to interject. What I basically mean here is that even after a professional and official investigation, we never stopped talking to each other, even if it was not about the case anymore. That's what I was trying to mean here, that after the case is finalized, it did not end there for me to be in contact with him, even though it was not so frequent. But in general speaking, not necessarily there was a specific matter after that. It's general speaking.
Well, I think it is quite your job as a professional IPID investigator. You've interviewed him as a complainant. You've done your job. You now leave IPID. Fortunately for him, the case has now been resolved. But prior to you being introduced to him by McBride in 2017, you don't know him at all.
That's correct.
Once you complete your job, you seem to say that you just randomly contact him from time to time. What are you talking about? Politics? Football?
No, it's something. It's general things like for instance, if I can make example, at one stage I was in the north side of KZN. Then when I pass Mpangeni, I remember that there's a person I know here if he's at home. Then he welcomed me. I came past by just to greet him and talk general things. There was absolutely nothing. In fact, there was even nothing. He was even out of government. There was nothing we could relate, except that I was the one who thought it fit to keep this contact of a person which I see him as a high regard.
Did you in your interaction with him, did you keep him informed of your own development, what you were doing, where you were working, and so on?
Not at all. As a result, he did not even know I even left IPID. He thought I was still with IPID because we were not. And Chair, if I can brief you, a nature of a person we are talking to, he talks very less. He's a person that you hardly even interact. He is a person of short words. He did not even know I left IPID. He thought I was still IPID because we were not discussing those personal things. He's a person that he got appointed as a minister of DPSA. You'll send that test, congratulations, minister. Then you leave it there. Those type of interaction. Not necessarily, I'm not in politics, not necessarily what is it that we were, a specific subject.
You then also subsequently, and you deal with this from paragraph 31 onwards in your statement. At paragraph 32, you say Minister Mkhwanazi was appointed as the Minister of Water and Sanitation in 2021 through to 2024. During this time, I remained in contact with him. At the time, I already knew Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I had been introduced to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in 2017 by a colleague, and I worked with the task team at IPID, Mandla Mashlangu. Then in and this I wanted to raise with you, in early 2024, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi visited my house and asked that I accompany him to Mpangeni the next day. I agreed to go with him because I was planning to visit Minister Mkhwanazi the next day, who is also based in Mpangeni.
That's correct, Chair.
So was that just a coincidence that you had planned to go to Mpangeni to visit Minister Mkhwanazi when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also indicated that he would want to meet Minister Mkhwanazi?
Chair, in the context of this, it was not that the next day I had a planned appointment with Minister Mkhwanazi. When General Mkhwanazi wanted me to accompany him to Mpangeni area, then I just started that, oh, there's a person there that I was planning at one stage. It's been a while, go and see him. So if you want me to go there with you, let's rather pass by and I want to greet the minister, of which General had no problem, and if also the minister had no problem.
Can you tell us why Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi would want to meet the Minister of Water and Sanitation?
General Mkhwanazi has never wanted to meet the minister. We were going to Mpangeni area as friends, two of us, to do our things. Then while we were in Mpangeni, I said, let's go past. I checked, the minister is around. Let's go past and greet him. That's how General Mkhwanazi has never even said he wants to meet the minister. It was just that we are now at Mpangeni, then it clicked my mind that the minister's house is at Mpangeni, and it's been a while, I never even meet him. Then I said, no, let's go past there. And fortunately, the minister had no problem as well. Then we passed.
And you say at paragraph 33, in the middle of that paragraph, I went with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to Mpangeni to attend to his errands,
That's correct, Chair.
as he had asked me, and we also stopped by at Minister Mkhwanazi's house when you introduced him to Minister Mkhwanazi.
That's correct, Chair.
What were those errands that you referred to?
Chair, I wrote it deliberately like this because it was personal stuff of General Mkhwanazi, where I was accompanied. General Mkhwanazi was a very close friend of mine. I think it's safe to say it was a boys' trip. Safe to say like that. Otherwise, me and him will get into trouble. Because I believe his wife and my wife are watching here. So I don't want to delve much.
So you can't tell us much more, is it personal?
Yeah, no, it was very personal. Things that we do with him are sometimes very personal.
So wasn't Minister Mkhwanazi curious that the two of you You're on a boys' trip. What are you doing coming to visit him?
He did not even ask, what are you doing here? He did not even know we were there, we were in Pangen for what.
Describe to us your relationship with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. It seems to be, I can't hear.
Honorable members, a boys' trip is a boys' trip. Yes, so let's keep it straight and simple. That is what Mr. Nkabinde is saying, that let's just keep it straight and simple. May we proceed as.
So, Mr. Nkabinde, I was asking you, your relationship with General Mkhwanazi, and in light of what you said about being a boys' trip, it seems to be quite an intimate relationship, and you're nodding.
Very, very.
So describe to us that relationship that you had with him.
Chair, I can just give some few examples why I'm saying General Mkhwanazi is a very close friend of mine, which I even disclosed to the minister, that KZNPC is my friend. I can just give a few examples. First example, it's already on the table. He assisted me even to find a job while I was not employed. That's the first thing. Second part, General Mkhwanazi had a bereavement at his home in Pietermaritzburg, a death in his family. I flew down to KZN to support him. So when I arrived, General Mkhwanazi drove with me in my car during that funeral processes to the hall, to the funeral service, to the cemetery, just two of us, whereby a lot of police management, they were also there to support him. He even left his driver and he drove with me in my car, just two of us. As a result, even other police were saying, hey, are you close to this man? I said, yeah, no, this is my brother. Then, so you will understand, Chair, I'm at your funeral and people supporting you, but you are driving in my car, just two of us. You're having a driver, you're having bodyguards, and you even left them. That, no, I'll drive with Cedric. So that's a sign of how we close. And a second example, just to show how close we are. General Mkhwanazi wanted to build a house in his homestead at Nkabinde, KZN. He came to me to help him to design that house. We designed that house for him. So a private home with the security features, you can only design that thing with a person very close to you. And over and above that, the architecture to draw a design and a plan of that house, I'm the one who recommended. He used my architect to design that house. So I'm trying to show that, and there's a person who come often to my house, knows my family. I go to his house, I know his family. He come and visit me in my house, I go, we eat in one plate together. So it's a very close. There are things me and him, we go to the grave with. The way we are so close. Things that when he was doing a media briefing, when he was testifying in the Madlanga Commission, when he testified here, he never mentioned it himself. So we are very close.
So you describe your relationship with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi as very close.
That's correct.
Your relationship with Minister Nkunu seems not to have been anywhere near as close or intimate as it was with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
That's correct.
So because he told us that he was surprised, even shocked, at your appointment as Chief of Staff, because according to him, you're not qualified for the job. He doesn't understand how you could have been appointed. And to a level which was effectively a level of a Chief Director.
Chair, I heard him saying that. Firstly, what came to my mind is that my friend is angry that I recorded him. He's angry at me because a friend of mine, he assisted me to find a job. He would not do so without even knowing my qualification. He had to get my qualification, get my CV. We even laughed, me and him, that we've got a same qualification. I'm having a BTech degree, Mkhwanazi is having a BTech degree. We're having a same degree. We even laughed about it, that you are the PC, I've got the same degree like yours. So I think what I concluded is that, no, he's angry, that I recorded him, so he had to just say anything that will taint my image on that. But I appreciated that he only said that. His anger was very controlled. So you can't have a person find you a job and he come and say he does not know your qualification. How can you find someone a job without knowing his qualification?
Well,
So he was just angry. But we're still going to talk about that with him.
Yeah, the impression was also created by him that then he found you a job as a security guard, and you've now described something different.
No, he never said as a security guard. He said that a security,
It's a security
company.
firm, yes.
Firm, yes. Where in the security firm, there are different divisions.
Yeah.
He knows there I was responsible and heading a forensic. Because my duty, my qualification is investigation. So they even employed me based on that.
Yes.
That they wanted me to head their forensics.
Let's take Honorable Ngola.
Chair, thanks. Chair, was seated with an evidence here by our primary witness that alleges a lot of things against the witness in front of us. Now, we're offering the witness an ad alteram partem rule, but he seems to not be utilizing it because he speaks about, I'm glad that he only ended there. He controlled his anger, insinuating that there are things that General Mkhwanazi could have said, which are some things that are known between them. So I think it will be fair for both the inquisitorial process and the witness for him to detail as much as he can whatever he wants the committee to know so that it informs the findings of the committee. Thank you very much.
Did you hear what the honorable member is saying, Mr. Nkabinde?
That's correct, Chair.
Are you prepared to go beyond what you have said?
No, I'm not prepared. Like how he did, I'll follow suit.
Yeah. No, Honorable Ngola, if you listen to his earlier statement, he says the audience is too wide. And so he wants to keep it at that.
Chair, if I can just make example, I don't want to delve much into personal things, but where even General Mkhwanazi found me a job, his daughter is working there. So there are so much personal things between me and him. So I don't want to get into more personal stuff, me and him, because he also did not. So I don't want to come here like, he is still my friend. After all this thing, we're going to still sit down and say, yeah, when.
Hey, when be careful, you know, I can
Yeah,
record the
we
conversation.
don't- yeah, if you fight with my minister, leave me alone.
SC, let's proceed.
Honorable Chair.
No, we're cruising nicely. SC, may we proceed? Honorable Malim.
Chair, I'm not sure because I remember I'm struggling with this thing. I remember General Mkhwanazi said Nkabinde said he wants to introduce him to the minister, and that trip was for that purpose alone. And now Nkabinde is saying something different. Was General Mkhwanazi lying when he said you initiated the trip and said you wanted him to meet the minister? I even said to the minister, I suspect Nkabinde said the same thing to you, that he wants you to meet Mkhwanazi, and he said to Mkhwanazi, I want you to meet the minister. He was playing you guys. So was he lying when he said you initiated a trip to go, specifically to go and see the minister?
Thank you, Chair. I heard what General Mkhwanazi is saying, but for me, it was easily to understand. He was avoiding errands. He was not telling the truth. But I concluded that, no, maybe you will probe him and talk about his errands.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Member? Okay. SC, are you ready to proceed?
As a result, Chair, he is the one who came to fetch me at my house with his car to go.
On a boys' trip?
Sorry, sir?
On a boys'
Yes,
trip?
he's the one who came to my house and fetched me with his car, with his petrol.
SC?
To run an errand.
Yes, to show that
Go to the shop.
to show who's accompanying who.
Okay, if it's personal, then I'm not going to pursue that. It might be pursued when the honourable members ask you further questions. I was trying to follow a chronology that now in you visit, you very close friends with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, you only occasionally, very occasionally speak to the minister or to Minister Nkunu. How does it then happen that you end up being appointed as the Chief of Staff? We know from the Public Service Act and the regulations which are referenced when Minister Nkunu was giving his evidence, as a minister he's not obliged to advertise the post, so it's an internal process. You're not in the public service. How do you get to know that there is such a post? Who asks you to submit an application for the post, for the job, and what these qualifications are?
Thank you, Chair. As I've alluded in my previous paragraphs that I knew Minister Mkhunu from 2017. And I knew him even when he was a minister of DPSA. Knowing him, we've never even talked about any employment. I knew him as a minister of water and sanitation. And while he's also there, we've never talked, I even never asked him for an appointment, an employment. DPSA, Minister Mkhwanazi is having his own chief of staff, which I believe he moved with his chief of staff to water and sanitation. He's having his chief of staff. And I was not even expecting, because I was having a sense that most of the principals, including himself, they move with their chief of staff to all the portfolios. I was also surprised when he called me. He said, "You saw I was appointed as a minister of police. I'm thinking of getting a chief of staff who at least understand the environment. If you are interested, please go and submit your CV and apply." So that what was it. I was not even expecting it. That's how it happened. I submitted as a nominated candidate. Then I've written 3 competency assessments. I submitted my pre-screening, my fingerprint, everything. The minimum requirement to be a chief director, it's an NQF7, which is a degree according to the DPSA guidelines, and a minimum of 5 years experience at a managerial level, of which all those qualification and experience I do have. I qualified. Then I availed myself, waiting for the outcome of HR processes, of which they then found me suitable. Then I was appointed.
And he was appointed in July of 2024, and you were appointed on the 1st of August 2024.
Yes, during July, it was all these HR processes, not for only myself and for other positions in his office.
Were you interviewed with other applicants?
No, he nominated only me.
So he nominated you?
He nominated me, yes. Then for HR to do all the processes for suitability, if the person nominated is suitable. And according to the guidelines, on page, Chair, my annexed chair of CMN1.
Yes.
You will see that the 3rd page, Employment Management Circular 47 of 2024. It's got a log of DPSA. It's on the reverse page. It's on the reverse page of 2nd page. Then we'll go to the 3rd page. And in that circular, Chair, 6.4.
Yes.
Here, the DPSA guidelines is specific as to what the HR process needs to be followed. It's having a nominated official in terms of DPSA. A nominated official should complete a Z83 form, which in this case, SAPS is having a prescribed form for senior management post, which I completed. B, Nuclear certificate, you must have been completed and successfully be in possession of nuclear certificate, which nuclear certificate is here in the bundle. This one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think we
Yeah.
can
So
see
this
that.
is one, then certificate of
complied with all
yes,
those- all
yes,
those-
I complied with all this, is it A to F? And in the E, if you look in the E, the position of director, inherent qualification is NQF7. Experience is 5 years of experience at the MIGLI managerial. The chief director, which is my post, inherent qualification is NQF7, experience 5 years experience at a senior managerial level. So I've qualified I met all this requirement in terms of the PSA chair.
Chair, shall we adjourn for a short round?
Yeah, no, I reconsidered. I understood that it will be a marathon if we run from 9 to 1 without a break. It will be extremely unfair on every one of us. So let's take the question from Honorable Sangoni before we break for 15 minutes.
Sorry, SC, I thought you were leaving this issue. I'm not sure
just
if you're still on the subject, because I just wanted to.
Sorry, Honorable Chair Sangoni.
I'm saying that I wanted to just clarify something if you are going to be leaving this matter of the appointment process.
Yes, I was, the appointment process, I was not going to, I was
Okay.
going to
No,
pursue
let me-
some other angle, but if
Okay.
there's any, in relation to the formal requirements.
Yeah, no, I wanted to check, Mr. Nkabinde, you said that you were the only nominated official, right? For the position of chief director, which is how I understand it works as well. But Minister Mkhwanazi said he nominated a number of you. He was even prepared to give us a list. There was a panel, you were interviewed. Was Minister Mkhwanazi being generous with a truth that does not exist there?
Chairperson, my understanding, Minister Mkhwanazi nominated several people in several positions. All the positions in his private office, he's the one who nominated. He nominated.
Sorry, Mr. Nkabinde, I normally don't interject. That's not what he said, because we only spoke about chief of staff. He said he nominated a number of people, and there was a panel, because we even asked him who was in the panel, because we wanted to get a sense of who interviewed you. So Minister Mkhwanazi did not tell us the truth in that regard. Am I right?
No, he only nominated me. When I was listening that, I just thought he's speaking about the list of people that he nominated. And then I also understood when he talks about interviews and all, because I know he does not even get involved in those things. Maybe he talks about the normal recruitment process, because he does not even know who is even dealing with those things until he receives a report back that is this person fine, no criminal record, is he qualified, then they advise him.
Can for the record,
Just before, so you did not go through interview sessions?
Chair, as I was reading these guidelines, in these guidelines, there is nowhere we nominated people, they go for interviews. The HR, they were just following the guidelines of DPSA. We nominated people, they don't go.
Mr. Nkabinde, did you go through interview sessions?
No, there was no interview, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
just to end on
No
that,
interviews, yes.
can I, Honorable Chair, just concur with the recollection of Honorable Sangoni, that Minister Mkhwanazi mentioned that there was a panel, there was an interview process. Although it was all internal, you were recommended and he supported it because in terms of the Act and the regulation, he has an absolute discretion, and that's how the process unfolded.
Yes, Chair. Hence, my comment on that is that one, he nominated several people, but in various positions. And two, he does not get involved in those HR processes. I will assume that he was talking about a generic HR process. He think this must have been done, this must have been done, because he does not get involved in that process. But there was no interviews in all of us.
Okay, honorable members will come back at 20 minutes past 11. The Nkabinde. Good morning once more. Are you okay? May we proceed? SC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. May I proceed? Mr. Nkabinde.
Yes, we can proceed, SC.
So, Mr. Nkabinde, can we assume, given the background that you sketched to us before the short adjournment, and your intermittent interactions with Minister Mkhunu, really about nothing? Can we assume that when approached by him to apply for the post, that you were surprised? You're not, yes?
Yes, I'm saying I was surprised that because me and him, we never talk anything of employment, even when he was in the previous portfolios.
Yeah.
I never seek even any employment from him.
Now,
I was surprised.
I would think that you would agree that the reason why, in terms of the executive handbook of ministers, I think it was previously referred to as the ministerial handbook, that the appointments of a post, especially at this level, chief of staff, is really left to a minister's discretion. It's because inherent in that position is a trust relationship between the relevant minister and the chief of staff. You're the head of that office. You will know everything that happens in that office. You'll know all the movements of the relevant minister and so on.
That's correct, Chair.
So wouldn't it have been more than a surprise that a newly appointed minister to a big, important portfolio, if not the most important, given the state of things in our country, approaches you to apply for the job? Did you ask him why?
No, I never asked him why. I avail myself, and by the fact that I qualify. And on that as well, how I left public sector, it was not in a pleasant moment. It was because of the fight I had with Mr. McBride.
Yes.
So this was an opportunity to go back to my passion as a public servant.
Okay.
And I'm still young. For McBride and Paul O'Sullivan to destroy my career. So I just welcome it in that perspective as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And did Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi know that you were approached, or did you tell him that you were being approached for the job, given that you were close, certainly at the time?
Given that?
Given that you were close friends, you and Lieutenant General
Yes,
Mkhwanazi.
he was the first person to share my happiness. He was the first person that, hey, I got a call. This is the offer. Then he said, good luck.
So he knew that you were in that, and in that position, what was your role as the Chief of Staff of the Minister? It included, for example, liaison services, communication, of course, between the Minister and the public and the media.
Yes, that's correct. That are part of my daily job description. But in overall, I'm an overall commander in the office. I'm responsible for the day-to-day running of that office, responsible in facilitating of meetings, responsible for his calendar to make sure that his calendar is accordingly and all the slots for his meetings. So, and also support him in all the meetings he's attending.
Now, did you, and I want to refer you to paragraph 78 of your affidavit, where you confirmed that you knew who Brown Mkhwanazi was, and that the Minister too knew Brown Mkhwanazi from the Northwest. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi sent Brown Mkhwanazi's number to me, and I confirmed that it was indeed Brown Mkhwanazi's number. So the question is that you would have facilitated meetings between the Minister and other ministers and members of the public, including Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi.
That's correct, sir.
So just tell us, what did you know about any meetings between Mr. Mkhwanazi and Minister Mkhunu?
Since I joined Ministry office in August, I only recall one meeting which I facilitated between Minister and Brown Mkhwanazi, who in turn arrived with several other people, 4 or 5 of them. Then I also recall facilitating a second meeting with the Brown Mkhwanazi, which that meeting could not materialize. The guests or people were also had other urgent engagements. Then I had to cancel that meeting. So that, since I joined, that are 2 meetings, then I can recall.
Now you say, I'll come back to those meetings, but you say at paragraph 80 that you personally got to know Brown Mkhwanazi during your position as Chief of Staff. It appears to indicate some kind of ongoing, continuous relationship between you and Mr. Mkhwanazi.
No, in facilitating those meetings, Brown Mkhwanazi had to know my number and I have to know his number. Because now I'm facilitating, Minister gave me Brown Mkhwanazi's number for me to facilitate with Brown Mkhwanazi. Then in turn, Brown Mkhwanazi ended up knowing me. So that's how I get to know Brown Mkhwanazi.
Did you say, or did I hear you, that you said the Minister gave you Brown Mkhwanazi's number?
Yes, I did not know Brown Mkhwanazi. It was like any other guest that the Minister will want me to facilitate and give me details of that guest to make sure the meeting will take place, to make sure I also create a slot for that meeting.
So you personally know of one meeting that you facilitated between
Yes, I
Mr.
only know
Mkhwanazi
2 meetings. One, the other meeting could not materialize.
and in the one meeting that did take place, were you present in that meeting?
No, I did not enter in the boardroom.
So on what basis did you get to know Mr. Mkhwanazi during your, and I'm quoting you, during your position as Chief of Staff, other than getting his number from the minister, other than facilitating two meetings, one that took place and another that never took place?
What I can give in summary, Chair, because when I need to facilitate a meeting, in some instances, I will be given a purpose of the meeting, so that when I engage with a guest, I will brief him why the minister wants him. If my memory serves me correct during that time, we were having a huge challenge in Northwest Steel Fontaine mining, Zamazama thing. During that time, there were these illegal miners that were trapped underground. So by the time minister said, can you contact this comrade, he's from Northwest, if he can come with a few local leaders. We were planning to go to Stilfontein. Then he want to meet them to get a sense of what is going on in Northwest and so forth. But that was a sense of how I facilitated that meeting, of which Brown came with 4 or 5 other people, but I could not enter that boardroom. I was not part of that meeting. But I did know the basis of why I'm facilitating such a meeting.
So I just want to refer you to a WhatsApp message that Brown Mkhwanazi sent you on the 31st of January 2025.
Where is that message, Chair?
Sorry. So, sorry, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the message was not printed for some reason. Mr. Nkabinde, can your lawyers just assist? I think they've got a copy of this. What WhatsApp messages? It's the 31st of January 2025. I think. Yes. It's at page 71 and 72 of an additional bundle that was handed to the honourable committee members. Do you have it there, perhaps? Is that the first one? On what page would that be? The first WhatsApp would be at 12:34 from Mkhwanazi. It appears to. It's on that page 71 on the top here. You'll see there, Brown Mkhwanazi, Chief of Staff. Is that addressed to you?
Which message, Chair?
The
Which
first
message?
one, the first message on page 71.
I think you said 12:34, but I don't
No,
see
have you got
the top,
71, page 71?
the first message.
Yeah, now can we just work from the top,
That's it.
if you don't mind? Brown Mkhwanazi, at 11:05 on the 31st of January, Chief of Staff.
I see that wording.
Would that be to you, addressing you?
Is it talking to who?
I'm asking you. It says there, Brown Mkhwanazi.
No, I see here there's a name on top, Brown Mkhwanazi,
Yeah,
underneath Chief of Staff.
yeah.
I don't see who's talking to who.
Okay. So below that, there's, in brackets, there's a name, Dlamini.
I see that name, Chair.
Who is that a reference to?
Who's?
Dlamini.
When I was following these proceedings, ad hoc and Madlanga, I remember seeing messages that were presented at Madlanga Commission. They were referring to this Lamini name as Kat Vusmatlala.
Yeah.
So that's how, otherwise I don't even know who's this Lamini. I can refer in that perspective, sir.
Yeah, thank you for that response. I wasn't going to put it to you, so that you confirmed that that was a reference to Kat Matlala, this Dlamini.
Yes.
Then he says, please arrange meeting as soon as possible. I think they're escalating the matter to him of non-performance, or rather let me meet you and you will explain it to the minister. Now that minister is a reference to Minister Mkhunu.
So is Lamini talking to who?
This is an exchange between
Between who and who?
Mkhwanazi and Matlala, and this is in relation to the tender. It appears to be a relationship to the Tswani tender, which was subsequently cancelled. If you don't know about it, you
Yeah.
don't need to.
No, I don't know, yeah. I was
to
just
comment.
wanted to
Yeah.
understand who's
Yeah.
talking to who.
And then
SC,
the next,
just a moment, let's take Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, no, I just want to make sure that I'm following you correctly. The other members who were with Mkhwanazi in a meeting that materialized, did you know them?
No, Chair, I did not know them. It was the first time.
Because I've just seen here in your statement that you are saying they were ANC comrades. So how did you know that they are ANC comrades?
It was in reference when I'm facilitating a meeting with Brown Mkhwanazi. Then he referred that I'm not coming alone, I'm coming with other comrades for me to arrange how many people are coming. So by him referring to his companion that I'm coming with other comrades and
So-
coming to see Minister Senzo,
So
then
did
I
did-
assumed that it could be other ANC comrades.
So he did not mention that he is coming with ANC comrades?
No, he did
You
not.
assumed?
I assumed by then, when he mentioned comrades.
Okay. No,
Yes.
thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
And when was that meeting?
That meeting will be, I'm under correction, Chair. It could be between October, November. Why I'm not certain, all my information with the exact information will be on my gadgets, and my gadgets were taken
Oh, it's 2024,
2024, Chair, yes.
around October and November.
Yeah, I'm under correction, sir, yes.
Honorable Malema.
No, sir, you can't say you assumed. You said, Minister said I must call Brown Mkhwanazi. He wants to meet with other ANC comrades so that he can understand what's happening in the area where there is illegal mining. That's what you said. The minister said to you, Mkhwanazi and ANC comrades. So ordinarily, I assumed there will be some debriefing by his own comrades in the area before he enters that particular place. So it can't be that you assumed. You were told that you must meet Mkhwanazi and other comrades of the ANC.
Chair, I think I never said like that. What I said, that Brown Mkhwanazi, if he could come with some other local leaders, he has never mentioned ANC leaders. By the time Mkhwanazi is saying, Chief of Staff, I'm coming with other comrades, then I said, oh, he's coming with other ANC comrades.
And this was regarding the matter of Stelfontein.
That's correct, Chair. The mining.
Stelfontein is in Kenneth Kaunda district.
I think so. I'm not too sure which district,
Okay.
but I know it's in Northwest.
Around Potchefstroom,
That's it, yeah. We just pass, after Potchefstroom, you not go too far.
Is Kenneth Kaunda.
Thank you, sir.
So could there have been a possibility of other people from outside Kenneth Kaunda district?
I'm not sure because even those people, I don't know them.
Okay. Honorable Matthias.
It's Dr. Kenneth Kahunde, Chair. I saw you in the library yesterday. I thought
Doctor.
you'd have a more, and we were talking about
Dr.
Northwest.
Kenneth Kaunda
Yeah, thank you.
district.
But outside of that, just to get clarity too, did this meeting take place at the private residence of the minister or at the office?
At the private residence of the minister.
Okay, so there's a boardroom and you were at the private residence, you just didn't enter the boardroom when they had the meeting?
To enlighten that, Chair, we work from that private room,
Okay.
private house. We never hardly go to the office. In the private house, we've got all offices. I've even got my office.
And we're paying for rent, but just the side story. So you didn't enter the boardroom. Why didn't you go into the boardroom? Because it was related to illegal mining, so it wasn't a personal matter. Why were you not part of the meeting?
No, first of all, these were private people, not official people. Then I thought, let me give a minister space to speak with those people.
Did you ask?
Especially when they were referred as comrades. And I said, no, let me not even enter. The minister would have called me in if he wanted me.
So it's might very well not have been related to illegal mining, because that would be a work-related matter and not a ANC-related matter.
No, it will be a Stilfontein illegal mining. That's how I facilitated the meeting.
Okay, all right, no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Malam.
Is Brown Mkhwanazi from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda?
I don't know, Chair. What I know, he's from Northwest. I'm not too sure whereabout.
Yes.
No, I think I'm getting confused by the response that you have given to Honorable Matthias. So you knew the subject of the meeting before the meeting took place, and you knew that it was not a personal matter. It was a work-related issue. But you never formed part of the meeting, even after you knew that it's not a personal matter. Is that what you are saying to us?
Chair, personal matter, official matters in all the meetings. I don't attend all of them. Some of the meeting, the minister excused me, and some of the meeting, the minister he informed me if he want me to be part of that meeting. It's not that I just come in any meetings and we uninvited.
So the minister excuses you even on matters which are work-related. Is that what you are saying to us?
He never invited me
Sometimes
to form
he
part.
doesn't invite you, he just carries on his own, on work-related matters. Is that what you are telling this committee today?
Yes, because even with the national commissioner, he will say that, Cedric, can you excuse
No,
us?
okay.
It's
all
an
right.
official meeting, but you can excuse us.
Okay.
So I always respect that.
Are you fine, honorable member?
No, fine is something else I've heard, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Ngola.
Chair, I'm getting a bit confused. We're talking about a private residence, which assumable is Pretoria or Cape Town. But in the same sentence, we're talking about Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, illegal mining. So these people are said must be, okay, the minister says to the chief of staff, please arrange local leaders for us to understand what is happening in respect of what was happening in Stilfontein. So please arrange this meeting. But what confuses me is that this meeting is sitting in the private residence, which in our understanding, the private residences of ministers is Cape Town and Pretoria. So I'm a bit, if the witness can enlighten us on that.
You want to know where this meeting happened? Pretoria or Cape Town?
It happened Pretoria, private residence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's do like this.
Sorry, private residence or
Yeah.
official residence? Official, okay.
Sorry, official residence. It's Pretoria and Cape Town.
Okay, let's do like that. Do you want to make a follow-up, Honorable Ngolo? Can I note hands? I see Honorable Sangono, Chief Whip. Okay. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Sols. Did you still want to make a follow-up, Honorable Sangono? Okay, thank you. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a follow-up as well, the issue, because what he submitted was, and what he told us earlier, is that the meeting took place at a private residence. And as a chief of staff, I don't think it's proper for you to mislead us, to say it was private. You know, when you say private residence, I thought we are talking about Mpangeni or somewhere else, but we are saying Cape Town and Pretoria. Those are official residents. Do you agree on that?
Yes, these are official residents. Hence, I'm even saying I have an office to work from there. We hardly go to the office. So it's an official residence, not private.
So, in other words, you were wrong by saying private resident. Do you agree on that?
I agree. You know.
No. Wait.
You know, Chairperson, be it private or official, the minister stays there. So it's like he's private, but it's an official residence, Pretoria and Cape Town.
Let me say this to you. There's a distinction on that. You can't say it doesn't matter how you call it. You know, we must have facts here. Hence, I'm saying to you, if it's private, as you were saying before, and now we are changing, and if you are changing, you must be honest to us. You made a mistake, and you must accept if you have made a mistake, chief of staff.
It was an official residence. It was an oversight to say private.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, is the office at the official residence, is that ordinarily where the entire staff works, or is the entire staff, including yourself, meant to work ordinarily at the other office, the office that would now be considered the workplace? So I just want to understand, was that an arrangement that is, it's not an ordinary arrangement, or is it ordinary that you work at the private official residence, or at the, let's for the purposes of understanding, say the workplace, the ordinary workplace office? Must you work there or at the private official residence? I just want to understand.
Thank you, Chair. The ministry is divided into two parts. There's a private staff of the ministry, and there's a full-blown support staff in the ministry. So all the staff, support staff, they are at the office. With a private, a small number, chief of staff, PA, where the minister is, we were there because we must be with him. So he is the one who prefers not to go to office quite often. Then we just follow him.
Are you fine, Honorable Sols? Bangazita.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think I'm covered because I was also a little bit confused whether there is an official office of the minister, in which case the ministry within the department. So Honorable Sauls actually has covered that area. Thank you.
May we proceed, honorable members? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, can we accept that you received WhatsApp messages from Brown Mkhwanazi and that you were copied WhatsApp messages by Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi that he shared also with Kat Matlala?
No, Chairperson.
You're not prepared to confirm that?
I'm saying he has never sent me a message and copy me a message with Kat Motlala.
Who's also referred to as Dlamini.
That's correct, sir. He has never done that.
Can you look at this, this message? Is that a reference to you? It's the third WhatsApp on page 71. Brown Mkhwanazi, 1234, Senzo Chief. Is that your profile pic?
It's not clear, Chairperson. The picture is not clear.
How do you mean it's not clear? You're not able to enlarge it to see if that's you? Sorry, Mr. Nkabinde.
Chairperson, the picture is not clear. I can't see if it's me.
And the reference to Senzo Chief, is that not a reference to you as Mkhwanazi's Chief of Staff?
Chair, I'm not Senzo Chief. That's not me. I'm Chief of Staff in the office of Minister Senzo. I'm not Senzo Chief. Because Senzo Chief, maybe he's Nkosi, and I'm not sure what is this. It can be Nkosi of Senzo, so I'm not too sure. If they refer to me, I'm the Chief of Staff. I'm not Senzo Chief.
Are you familiar with the content of that WhatsApp?
No, Chair. It's the first time seeing this message in this committee.
Do you know what this refers to? And I'm reading from the second last paragraph.
See, may we please speak through the microphone?
May you therefore kindly confirm as to when the SAPs may receive the outstanding medical certificates. I need to emphasize to you that this project was commissioned by the Minister of Police pursuant to a presidential pronouncement, and therefore failure to perform on your part will cause serious reputational damage to both yourselves and SAP's top management. We certainly cannot afford the aforesaid, hoping that your office will make good of this situation.
I see this message for the first time, Chair.
You don't think that that is a message directed to the Minister of Police?
No, Chair.
And then the next message, this matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance. Our guy need your intervention. Jan 08 guy who is about to take over our program. This non-performance is a result of the non-payment or late payments. I'm sending him your numbers that you meet, please.
You see this message for the first time, Chair. I don't know who was he talking with here.
And later on, the message, Brown Mkhwanazi, 12:35, then at 12:36, it says, hello, Chief of Staff. got your numbers from Mr. Brown requesting a meeting, please. Is that not a message directed to you?
Chair, I think it's very important than one responding to something that is very clear. Who is talking to who here? The last time you said is Brown Mkhwanazi and Dlamini. When Brown Mkhwanazi speaks to Ket Matlala, who also known as Dlamini, he's sharing a screenshot to Ket Matlala. So who's talking to who here? He's talking to Matlala, but he is saying, hello, Chief of Staff. Is this Dlamini, Chief of Staff?
Yeah,
I'm a bit confused.
What these WhatsApps reference is, yes, conversations between Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Matlala, but they are copied to you. And then there's also WhatsApps directed to you directly from Mr. Mkhwanazi. Do you at least accept that you receive WhatsApp from Mr. Mkhwanazi?
No, Chair. Because I don't see here, I see Brown Mkhwanazi, I don't see who is he talking to.
The meetings that you arranged, the one that took place at the official residence and the other one that didn't take place, at whose request were those meetings arranged?
It was the minister through me.
The minister?
The minister through me who was facilitating. The minister gave me the number of Mkhwanazi to facilitate.
Is that the only time that you made contact with Mr. Mkhwanazi, was when the minister gave you his number and you had to contact him about these meetings?
I recall some of other messages from Brown Mkhwanazi. He do send some messages. The one I recall, it's a message about Khan. What I can describe this character, Chair, is a person who like to break news. That's what I can describe him. Is a person who will tell a story maybe before you know it. Break news. What is on the news, he forward it to everyone he knows. So I cannot deny that there are some stupid messages he will then send, not even respond to them. That this is an article, this is what he forward. So they are, but in specific to this, I cannot recall this thing talking to me.
So you did receive messages from Mkhwanazi, but they were what you describe as stupid messages?
That's correct, sir.
So why don't you tell him to stop his stupid messages, because you're the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police?
Instead of telling him, you rather ignore. Because they are not causing any harm. When a person is sending a news article, it's a news article. It's whether I want to entertain it or not.
Were these so-called stupid messages from Mkhwanazi to you, were they before or after you arranged the meeting with the minister?
It was after, because I did not know him before that.
So before the meeting, you never got messages from Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
But now, isn't it more significant that now that you've arranged a meeting between Mr. Mkhwanazi and the minister at his official residence, that you're getting these so-called stupid messages, that you can no longer simply ignore them? This is actually a person that has now met with the Minister of Police.
There is no message of significance that needed my attention. Hence, I'm trying to describe him as a person who normally sends those news articles as if he's breaking the news. But there is no specific message needed my attention, needed my response, or any official message of some sort.
Now, you also aware that on the 3rd of March, at a portfolio committee meeting, police portfolio committee meeting, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had then made the claim that the minister knew Brown Mkhwanazi. Were you also at that portfolio committee? It was an online meeting, but were you also one of the participants in that meeting, or
It was-
listed as one of the participants?
It was the 5th of March, Chair.
The 5th
Yes,
of
I
March.
was
Thank you.
I was in attendance.
You were in attendance.
I was in attendance, yes, visually.
Okay, let's see. Let's take Honorable Malem.
Are you friends with Mkhwanazi?
No, Chair.
So do you receive stupid messages from people who are not your friends? Because normally people who send each other stupid messages are friends.
Chair, the message is, I regard as, it's not a message that someone is chatting to you. When a person is sending an article as a breaking news article, you just ignore it. Oh, it's just breaking news to people that he knows. But I never interacted with Brown Mkhwanazi in an exchange of me responding, him sending a contextual message to me.
So you have never exchanged messages with Brown Mkhwanazi? That he sends you a message and then you respond to that message and then you have a chat? No.
That's correct, Chair.
Thanks. Remember, the gadgets are gone. They are going to come back.
SC, we may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Just one moment, Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Just, Mr. Nkabinde, so are you testifying that this WhatsApp message evidence that is being tabled, are you testifying that it is not messages that you've ever seen and it was not sent to you?
That is correct, Chair. It is the first time I'm seeing these messages in this committee today.
And just for understanding, SC, are you submitting the evidence to say that this messages is from Brown Mkhwanazi to Mr. Nkabinde? If so, I just want clarity on if the message on page 72, 31st of January, 1236, if this is tabled as evidence to say that it is a message from Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi to Mr. Nkabinde, is there a second Brown? Because the message says, "Hello, Chief of Staff, got your numbers from Mr. Brown." And then the name on top says Brown Mkhwanazi. So is Brown Mkhwanazi talking about another Mr. Brown? Just for clarity, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, you may respond.
That's where, Chair, I was a bit confused.
No, sorry, Chair.
When I was keep on
Sorry, Chair.
asking who's
Sorry,
talking to
Mr.
who.
Nkabinde. I was asking SC because the witness already testified he doesn't know about it. So I was asking the SC for clarity.
Or is the SC who must respond to your question?
Yes, sir, because the witness says he doesn't know, but the SC tabled the evidence to us.
Okay, SC.
Am I a witness now? Must I be sworn in?
Eh?
Sorry.
Hello, SC.
Chair, these are WhatsApp messages which have been put to the witness and he has answered them. Whether his answer is an honest answer or not, I can't say at this stage. It's been put to him that they are WhatsApp messages between Brown Mkhwanazi and Kat Matlala, also known as Damini, and whether and these messages were copied to him. He says that he's seeing these messages for the first time. And then there are 2 messages which I put to the witness were sent directly to him in his capacity as Chief of Staff, and he's also denied that, if I understood his evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I will come back to you, honorable members. Let me just check one thing. Mr. Nkabinde, the messages that have been put to you by the SC, do you deny knowledge of all of them?
That's correct, sir. I don't know them.
You don't know them?
All of them, yes.
And then the messages that you would regard as stupid messages, would that be the messages that would have been sent to you by Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi?
That's correct, sir. Not in this fashion.
And then, so in this record that is before you, led by senior counsel now, you don't have those messages that you regard as stupid messages?
I would have them.
No, I mean in the record that is put to you now, are there no messages that you regard as stupid, as falling under the category of what you would classify as stupid messages?
No, Chair. I don't see. I don't see any of them here.
And then in the record that you have now, there is the use or the uses of the words Senzo Chief and Chief of Staff respectively. Is that correct?
Yes, I can see them, Chair.
And then when you have said that when it is written Senzo Chief, it does not mean you because you are the Chief of Staff.
That's correct, Chair.
And then in the second instance where the words Chief of Staff are used, does that refer to you?
I'm not sure, Chair, because there are so many chief of staff in South Africa. I'm not sure if this was me.
Okay. Honorable Sols, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Mattheys.
Chair, I take strong exception to the approach of the SC. I take strong exception. I was not interrogating the SC as a witness. We have a right to ask for clarity because this is the evidence tabled by the SC. So I want to know, is the SC agreeing that now that he's questioned the witness, this WhatsApp is not making sense, therefore it then can be scrapped as evidence. So going forward, we will not use it. So it is very wrong for the SC to use that approach and speak in jest like that. I'm merely asking for clarity. The WhatsApp name on top says the sender is Brown Mkhwanazi, and then the message says, "Hello, Chief of Staff, got your numbers from Mr. Brown." I'm merely asking, is there another Brown? Or, because this message is assumed to be coming from Mr. Brown, is there another Brown? If not, do we then accept that this message is off the table as evidence? That's what I'm seeking.
Honorable Chair, I didn't intend or mean any disrespect to Honorable Member Souls. I think as a basic rule, as evidence leaders, our job is to look at the terms of reference and to put as much information at our disposal before the committee, and we do that through live witnesses and their statements. We receive information all the time from third parties outside of this chamber, and we have to process them, but they don't constitute, or that doesn't constitute evidence. Something only constitutes evidence once it's proved or disproved. So we have put, because we were forwarded these WhatsApp messages, we've put them to the witness for him to either agree or not agree, or to accept or not to accept. He is accepted, he has rejected them, and he says he has no knowledge of them. That doesn't necessarily mean that we accept his response, because all of this whole inquiry takes place in the context also of other witnesses giving evidence. Minister Mkhwanazi has given evidence about these WhatsApps. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi has given evidence about these WhatsApp, and there's other witnesses that that the Honourable Committee knows that's still on our list of witnesses, including Lieutenant General Khumalo, who has given extensive evidence before another commission in relation to all of these WhatsApps. But we can't simply take Lieutenant General Khumalo's affidavit or evidence he's given in another commission of inquiry and put it before the witness. So if and when Lieutenant General Khumalo, who I think is on our list to call at some stage, then we will at that stage be in a position to determine whether or not Mr. Nkabinde's responses to today's questions were truthful or not, or acceptable or not. So that's as far as I can take it. Certainly it's not off the table. We take seriously these WhatsApp messages that were referred to us, and that's why we've raised it with a witness. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Sauls.
Okay, Chair. I appreciate the lecture, but I'm just seeking clarity. That's all I'm seeking. I am not at all saying we believe the witness. We are here with this exercise is because we don't immediately believe anybody. We are testing the information before us. In an effort to test the information, I'm asking for clarity as to what has been provided to us. Maybe I should rephrase, Chair. Who provided this as, seeing that it's not considered evidence, who provided it as supporting documentation to prove the allegation that messages were sent? Who provided that to the SC? And then may the SC please just provide clarity whether he also sees the discrepancy that Mr. Brown is put as having spoken to the Chief of Staff, but he's speaking about another Brown. Is it the same Brown or is it a different Brown? That's all I'm seeking for. No one is defending anybody here.
Yes,
Honourable Chair, I can't take it any further. Thus far, in relation to these WhatsApp messages, we've heard the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. We've heard the evidence of General Sabia, also where Mr. Nkabinde's name was mentioned in a WhatsApp exchange, and it's in that context that these messages have been mentioned and referred to in this inquiry, and it's in the context of the Minister's directive that was issued on the 31st of December, and it's in the context of there being allegations which this committee must inquire into further of political interference, and that the reason for the 31 December directive, which we're still going to deal with, is an attempt to interfere in police investigations into some drug cartels, and the disbandment that was directed by the minister was a key factor in that whole chain of events. So where there's WhatsApp exchanges between what appears to be key players like Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Matlala, and some of them lands up in the office of the minister, they become relevant. So at this stage, the only thing we can say is that when presented to us, these WhatsApp messages appear to be relevant to our inquiry. Our job is to put it to the witness. We've done so today. I can't...
Let's do it this way. This is the evidence presented before us by General Mkhwanazi. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair,
Yes.
it's the
And so
evidence.
you are using this evidence to test the allegations.
Yes, Chair, to the extent that,
Thank you.
it
No,
involves or it refers to...
I think Honorable Sauls wanted those answers. Is it correct, Honorable Member?
That is correct, Chair. And then now that we know it is evidence given to support the allegations that Brown Mkhwanazi sent this message to the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff is the witness now and says, I have not received any of these messages. So we know that the witness claims that he didn't receive it. Now I'm asking the SC, which is doing well now, one more step, then we're done. Clarity on when he saw this evidence submitted to him, which he says he considered relevant. When he saw that WhatsApp message, is there a question, like I have a question? The sender is Brown. The content of the message speaks over Mr. Brown. Is it two Browns or one Brown? If it is the same Brown, did Brown send a message to himself? If so, do we keep this as evidence or do we question it? I hope that is a bit more.
That will only be known when the SC would have concluded questions. Let me remind you, for instance, when he started, the witness says, where you speak about Senzo Chief, I'm not Senzo Chief, it may be referring to an Inkosi somewhere. I am the Chief of Staff. And then where a message bearing the Chief of Staff appears, the witness says, I am not the only Chief of Staff. It may be another Chief of Staff in another department or another person in South Africa calling himself or being referred to as a Chief of Staff. So what we should do is to allow the probing, and we may reach a point where the SC will then make a determination to what you are asking. Allow me to move to Honorable Skosana and Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo will be the last.
I heard him saying that perhaps it might mean a chief somewhere, traditional chief. Sometimes comrades call each other chief. You know that, Chair. I'm not sure whether the Chief of Staff as well, sometimes other comrades call him chief. But be that as it may, I wanted to find out the SC because I thought that there was a consultation with the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde. And all the submissions which are made before us, obviously, the legal team has already consulted with the witness. Now, what I wanted to find out was that our legal team, as the Chief of Staff, says that this is for the first time. In other words, it means we are ambushing him now by presenting something which he doesn't have any knowledge of. But the veracity of that will be proven at a later stage, whether it's true or not true, that these messages, these WhatsApp messages, definitely comes from, it's between the conversation between Mkhwanazi and the chief of staff. But my last one to you, the chief of staff. Did the minister instructed you or ask you to speak to Brown Mkhwanazi? Or it was only your initiative? Because you explained about the private, official residence earlier. Was it for the first time you ever spoken to Brown Mkhwanazi when you said that there was a meeting and you did not participate?
That is correct, Chair. It was the first time. I did not know him prior to that.
Look at me, Honorable Scosa. Are you fine? Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Respond on that, whether the legal team did present the evidence before him, before he came in here. Thank you.
SC.
Chair, the way it works is that we interview a witness, we draft a statement which we present to the witness. Almost all the witnesses, I think, I can't think of any exceptions, have thus far been represented by lawyers, legal counsel and attorneys. They look at the draft, they make their own amendments, and when the statement comes back to us signed, sometimes these drafts have been amended and some of the matter that we've put in the draft statements have been excluded. It's not our job to take issue with that, and we then, that is why you'll see almost with every witness, I deviate from the written statement from time to time, and I put certain things to the witnesses. And this is one of those occasions when we do that, because we're not going to get anywhere if we're going to get into a debate with the witnesses' counsel and agree a statement. This is not an agreed statement. And as far as the WhatsApps are concerned, we have made available to all the witnesses the written statements of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, Minister Nkunu, all the witnesses that have appeared here before. And in those statements, there are extensive references to these emails. What we have done today is just to highlight one that, in our view, was specifically directed to the Chief of Staff.
No,
so it might be, I don't take issue with Mr.
That is
Nkabinde.
adequate. That is adequate, SC. Yeah, I think we should move forward, because we are also asking questions here as honorable members. And sometimes we come with evidence that the witnesses have not heard about it before they come here. We ask them questions and we want them to respond, because we are probing. If we want choreographed answers, then it means we will not succeed in our work. Honorable Matthews.
Mine was just to ask, were these screenshots or forwarded messages or a forwarded screenshot? Why are you asking? The senior counsel. Because he wasn't clear if it was, because he said it was messages that were forwarded to us or as to evidence leaders. So was it a screenshot or just forwarded messages?
Are you making, let's allow the SC to respond first. Or do you want to strengthen the question?
No, Chair. You know, what you are doing to SC is uncalled for. It's not done. There is a witness on the stand. The
That is
questions
exactly-
must be directed to the witness.
That is exactly what I'm
Yes,
saying. to
and
members.
anything that is not clear from what the SC is presenting to the witness is going to be left for later stage for engagements. Or SC, what did you mean here when we were debating all of this? But to put two witnesses in the same, in the box and then cross-examine them, it's unfair. If there's anything, let's put it to the witness, and then the witness will clarify. It must be the witness that says, "You're ambushing me." If he feels ambushed by anything, we cannot answer for the witness, and by asking our own SC questions. No, it's not done.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because members are asking questions which are unconventional. It has not happened in these proceedings that you would want any material that is used to test the evidence of the witness to be presented before the witness. And that's why I remind you that you have been asking questions. A witness will come here and you will ask him or her, "Do you know Soviet Lakhanya?" That is the first time the witness comes across such a name. Can we move forward? The last hand was the hand of Honorable Nombal.
Yeah.
No, Chair.
Thank you. Wait, man. My hand has been up. I've been
Chair,
noted.
point
before
of
you.
order, please.
Let's take the point of Honorable Sols.
I have to speak on that because the SC insinuated that I interrogated him. Honorable Malema is saying that we cannot interrogate. Yourself agrees. That would mean that the understanding is that we were interrogating the SC. So I want to clarify, that wasn't an interrogation. The practice has always been we can ask of the SC for clarity. So I take exception that the understanding is now that I was interrogating. I'm not interrogating the SC. I was asking for clarity, and it is okay for us to ask clarity.
There is no honorable member.
If the shoe fits, wait.
No, Honorable Malem.
I wear a bigger size.
If the shoe fits, wear it, whether small or
Chair,
big,
you must
as long
take
as it's
control.
fitting.
You must take control
Wait.
over this meeting because Honorable Malema behaves like he's chairing this meeting. If he doesn't advise you, he wants to tell us how we must do it here. I left it for a long time. We're not going to allow it. He doesn't rule us here.
If the shoe fits, wear it.
Honorable members, you know, yesterday I told you the story of a legend. The story of Walter Sisulu who says immediately after I was elected, I took Walter back home to the Sisulus and brought the Secretary General to the ANC. Can we take our names back to our families
No,
and become public representatives the country is watching today?
no, we are addressing Honorable Malema. Malema, he left home. The husband
Chair,
is home.
Chair.
We are dealing with the Honorable
But
member
what
here.
Honorable Sols is doing
Sols,
is out of
no,
order.
Honorable Nomvalo, just a moment. You know, Honorable Sols. May you please switch off your microphone. You know, I have warned you many times, honorable members, that when the referee blows the whistle, realizing that there is a player who is being fouled, and the player retaliates. When the player retaliates, he acts in a common purpose, and he forfeits the right for protection. The referee issues a red card on the player that retaliates and warns the initial foul. So let's play a fair game. Allow the referee to go with the flow of the game, and where there are fouls committed, the referee will blow the whistle. Please. Otherwise, the next foul, Honorable Sols, is a red card. And in this case, a red card will mean you will leave the proceedings. Honorable Nomval.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, we are raising our hand for two things. The first one, Chair, is that we believe that this could have been handled better, but it's not something that can put us on a stand still. Our view, Chair, is that there is nothing wrong insofar as the principle of odi alteram is concerned by what the senior counsel is doing, because he is simply testing allegations which are implicating the witness before us. But I think that, Chair, the counsel was supposed during consultation to guide the witness, to say to him, these are the issues that you are expected to respond to during the interview in an ad hoc committee. So we're just speaking for the future now to say, in future, the council can do better by ensuring that there is no witness who comes here and say, I've been ambushed. I could have done better in terms of giving responses had I been given enough opportunity to prepare for responding to these averments or allegations. But that is not an issue we are willing to die for. I'm raising my hand for a follow-up question, Chair. If I heard you correctly, Mr. Nkabinde, you said you did not know Brown Mkhwanazi before you were given an instruction by the minister to facilitate a meeting.
That's correct, Chair.
And that instruction, that meeting that you are talking about took place in November, correct? The first meeting.
Around October, November.
Yes, I said around, but under corrections, because I don't have my information. All my information are in those gadgets.
Okay, around October.
I could be precisely.
Yes, around October, November. So the minister, when did the minister give you his number? Mr. Mkhwanazi's number? When did he give you? Before the meeting, a day before the meeting, or way before the meeting was held?
He gave me a number before the meeting because I could not facilitate a meeting
You know
without
what?
having a number.
What precipitates a confusion, Chair, here is that Mr. Nkabinde says in his statement, he was called by General Mkhwanazi in September 2024. General Mkhwanazi was asking him about Brown Mkhwanazi. And he says, in his reply, he said to General Mkhwanazi, I know Mr. Mkhwanazi as a close, and well, he's now saying he didn't say he's a close associate, but he says, he said to General Mkhwanazi, I know Mr. Mkhwanazi as a person who is close to the minister. And that was in September. Again, he says he did not know Brown Mkhwanazi up until he was instructed by the minister to facilitate a meeting around October and November. Now, a call from General Mkhwanazi was made before the meeting for which he was instructed to facilitate. So that's where the confusion is. I think there's a lot of contradiction that the witness is making.
Yeah, I want you to keep some of the questions to the point when you are allocated time to ask. Just two things. At the time, General Mkhwanazi requested you to facilitate a meeting between the minister and Brown Mkhwanazi. Did you have knowledge of the person called Brown Mkhwanazi or his contacts?
No, Chairperson.
You did not.
Yes.
He did not know him at that time.
And Chair, if I can clarify with the confusion. The confusion is caused by me not having my gadgets. Hence, I'm not sure when was that meeting.
Yeah.
Because remember, when these things happened, you wouldn't know there will be an ad hoc committee. So you will only refer back to your gadgets and calendars and your information.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
Let's keep it this way. Before that October-November meeting with the locals from the Northwest was arranged, you did not know Brown Mkhwanazi.
I did not know Brown Mkhwanazi.
And you did not have his numbers?
I did not have his number,
You
Chair.
only had his numbers for the purpose of arranging that meeting?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honor, are you fine? The answers that you wanted to get, you got?
Yeah, no, I've just heard being fine is something else. I've just heard the answers, but I'm not fine.
No, it's okay. Yeah, you will ask only one question, Honorable Ngola. We must move forward.
Thanks, Chair. I think the confusion is actually extended to all of us. The more members ask, the more the confusion is extended. The witness is confirming before us that he got the number from the minister to arrange a meeting, which was October, November. But in the affidavit the witness submitted confirms that at the time when they visited Lusikisiki, he did receive a call from General Mkhwanazi, who later sent him Brown Mokgotzi's number to confirm. So I want him just to clarify that part, Chair. Thanks.
Can you refer him to the relevant paragraph and the date? Remember,
It's paragraph 77, Chair.
remember he doesn't have his gadgets.
No, it has nothing to do with the gadgets thing, Chair. I'm saying in paragraph...
Can you refer him to the relevant paragraph, Honorable Member?
It's paragraph 77 of the witness statement.
Yes.
It's not in the gadgets. It's in the statement he deposed.
Yeah.
He says, General Mkhwanazi did send the number and I confirmed. The only thing he does not confirm in paragraph 77 is the associate part. But he confirms everything General Mkhwanazi has said before this ad hoc committee.
At Lusikisiki.
At Lusikisiki.
And when was that?
That was September 2024. Yes.
Yeah. Can you say it straight to the eyes of the witness?
I'm saying it to him. And it does not need any gadgets.
In
Should
fact,
I
the
respond,
minister
Chair?
himself confirmed the meeting in Lusikisiki, Mr. Chapters. In
Bangazita,
September.
Bangazita, you know
Sorry, Chair,
how
I'm
much I
sorry.
respect you. Listen, I accord you the respect that you deserve. May you please say what you want to say.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was actually adding to the Honorable member who actually was insisting that the meeting was in September. And I am reminding the Honorable members that even the minister himself, when he made reference to a meeting that took place in Lusikisiki, he mentioned the date as September. So the witness in front of us actually is correct in actually saying September. So now if there are any doubts, then I begin to question the value of the statement on which the witness has actually sworn.
Okay. Mr. Nkabinde, what is your take on the Lusikisiki matter and the date of the 30th of September?
Chair, guided by the 30 September, if that date is correct. 30 September when I was in Lusikisiki. The meeting of Brown Mokgotzi would have been happened before that. So the confusion of the date, it's actually that I'm not precisely of when was this meeting exactly, but guided by that, I can confirm that the meeting with the first meeting of Brown Mokgotzi would have been on that day of a call. I can't be
No.
precise of the date. I was there.
Lusikisiki.
Yes, with the minister. Yes.
Was Brown Mokgotzi there?
No, he was not there.
Okay. Honorable Malem. And Chief Whip.
Chief of Staff, is this affidavit your affidavit?
Yes, it's correct.
Do you confirm everything that is in this affidavit?
It's correct.
Did you have your gadgets when you were writing this affidavit?
No, dates I was thumb sucking.
So we are being given a thumbs-up information here in front of the nation and we must accept that. Because the simple thing should have been to the evidence leaders, I don't have my gadgets, and as a result, I'm unable to give you an accurate information because you are under oath. Some of these things are going to come across as being lies under oath because you didn't have the equipment. So this information written here is not worth the paper written on because it's thumb-sucked. Why should we proceed with these proceedings if you are saying you don't remember anything before or after? When you are caught, you change, it must have been before. Because here, paragraph 78, I confirm that I knew who Brown Mkhwanazi was and that the minister too knew Brown Mkhwanazi from Northwest. Lieutenant General sent Brown Mkhwanazi's number to me and I confirmed that it was indeed Brown Mkhwanazi's number. This is a very serious detail which you can't just give if you don't make reference to anything at your disposal. You even give specific date. You say 30th September. We struggle with our children's birthdays here. When you remember 30th September without facilities, and then you come and say, when it doesn't favor you, I don't have my gadgets. Therefore, I don't remember. But we have an affidavit which they are saying it was thumb-sucked, Chair. Thanks.
That is a sworn statement, and on top of it is the oath that has been administered here. Chief Whip, you will respond to the two. I'm taking the question from Honorable Malema and then the Chief Whip. Then we'll give you time to respond. Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon.
I'm
Mr.
coming,
Nkabinde.
Honorable Skosana. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I'm partly covered by what Honorable Malema has raised because my question primarily, Mr. Nkabinde, was to ascertain the basis upon which you were deciding on your own in affidavit to choose October, November. What were the basis? I understand that the catchers are not with you. I understand that there's a Lusigi meeting, but there are two choices you have made which are quite striking. And these are choices you made voluntarily. The first one is to decide that we are going to say October, November. The second choice you have made here now before us is the second choice you have made without us forcing you to decide on it, is to tell us that essentially the only time you had the number or the contact details of Mr. Mkhwanazi was shortly few days before you arranged the October-November meeting. That's your choice as well. We did not force you to that decision. So my question is, what makes you to, I mean, the first one, why did you decide to place November, October, November?
Let's start with the matters raised by Honorable Malema.
Chairperson, when I was consulted by the evidence leader, I was upfront with them that it is so unfortunate that I can't be precise with dates because I don't have information with me because of gadgets. Then I was advised to more or less, do you think it could be when? So this, I made this reference based on that, of which now I can confirm, guided by the call of General Mkhwanazi, of which even that call, I can't be precisely, it was 30 September. I'm just guided by what he said. But
Yeah,
I can be...
Just hold it a moment. If we are not accurate in terms of the dates or the days, let's use the chronological method. Between the two events, which one came first? Lusigi and the October-November meeting.
It means it was an oversight on my side. The meeting of Mkhwanazi, it can't be after Lusigi. It's before.
The meeting that
Of Mkhwanazi
that
will be
Mkhwanazi,
before.
And then General Mkhwanazi gave you Mkhodzi's number in terms of your sworn statement after at Lusikisiki, which comes after the October-November meeting.
That's correct, Chair.
But you say that was the time when you first got Mkhodzi's number. It was when you were given by Mkhwanazi.
No, Chair. The
Li-
first, I was given by the
yeah,
minister.
I want you to understand it. How possible is that the minister requests you to have a meeting, to arrange a meeting, and the minister gives you Mkhodzi's number. Then you call a meeting. The meeting happens. And then thereafter, there is an event at Lusikisiki. General Mkhwanazi gives you, again, the number that you have already, and you confirm that indeed this is Mkhodzi's number. This is chronological.
Hence, Chair, I'm saying, guided by the call of General Mkhwanazi, that he's asking me if I know Mkhodzi. That will be after I got the number from the minister, and that will be after the meeting of Mkhodzi and the minister. Because there was no way I would have a number to confirm to Mkhwanazi without me having his number during of that meeting facilitation.
Did both of them give you Mkhodzi's number? Both the minister. Okay, between the minister and General Mkhwanazi, who was the first to give you Mkhodzi's number?
The minister.
And then when General Mkhwanazi gave you Mkhodzi's number, you already had it.
Yes, I already had it, then I had to confirm it.
Why did you have to confirm it? Because you had already spoken to Mkhodzi to arrange a meeting.
No, General Mkhwanazi, it was on a different context. General Mkhwanazi was asking, do you know a person called Mkhodzi? He said he knows the minister. Then I confirmed that, yes, we know that guy. Is this his number? He was further confirming. Then I checked that, I said, yes, it's his number.
Okay. We have to do this. We are going to spend some time on this matter. I must just note, let me check first with you. The answers that have been given to your question, Honorable Malema, do you want to make follow-ups?
No, Chair, we see, Chief of Staff, we were very serious, and you are under oath. You can't say, guided by Mkhwanazi's call, now you know that you actually received the number before that call. Because you are the one who's writing the statement. At paragraph number 6, you write about Mkhwanazi's call to you. And you even write a specific date. If you are guided by that, it should have guided you when you were writing it here. Because then you proceed at paragraph 80 to say you are now, for the first time you received a number is when the minister gave it to you. You get Mkhwanazi's thing on paragraph 76, which must now help you to remember when do I get this number. You still proceed to write October even when you wrote Mkhwanazi's thing. You are deliberately misleading us. You are deliberately misleading us. And we need to put that chair on the record. He's deliberately misleading us. It's a shifting goalpost. When he's caught, he says, hey, I can't remember. Oh, now I'm guided by Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi should have guided you when you were writing this. You wrote it on 76, and then you wrote the other one on 80. You read this affidavit. You wrote it, you read it. You then even confirmed that you understand what you wrote here. But what you wrote here contradicts exactly what you are trying to tell us. Can you accept that you are misrepresenting the facts here and that you completely want to apologize or to a particular extent even ask that you withdraw this affidavit and go and do a proper affidavit where you remember dates? Because this, once you start shifting it around, it's no longer the original affidavit. Once you start saying 80, must come before 76, then it's no longer the original affidavit before us here. You'll have to go and do a new affidavit and then do a sworn thing and then come and administer oath properly, because this is a misrepresentation which you must not accept as a committee.
What is your comment?
My comment, Chair, where in my affidavit, where there are specific dates that are mentioned or a period, I could apologize to the committee that it could be not a correct and a correct version because there was nothing assisting me in recollecting. But I did mention to the evidence leader that I'm having this predicament. And then the evidence leader guided me that at least can you estimate? So it was on those bases. But if there are this discrepancy in terms of dates and the period, it's because I don't have a help on my accurate information from my gadget, which is over the month is not been returned to me.
The chief whip has asked you.
Yeah, no, you remember the question, okay, I think maybe you've dealt with it when you are saying, because I was asking what makes you choose October, November. I think from what you are saying, you were guided to. The last point I wanted to make on this date issue, Chair, is that in terms of your now presentation, Mr. Nkabinde, should we therefore, and I'm saying this notwithstanding what Mr. Malema had said earlier on, should we therefore accept that your actual meeting, I mean your actual, the meeting, the first meeting between the minister and Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, which was coordinated by you, would have taken place before the 30th of September?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, jy mors ons se tyd hier vandag. You're really wasting our time. I want to ask you, are you the only person in that department that has access to dates? Does the minister not have a PA? No other support staff you could have verified these dates with? That's the one thing. Secondly, you've given us a sworn statement. You have sworn this morning. You now come and you say you have thumbsuck dates. You have a guided statement, and your dates are based on what previous witnesses have said. Are we really meant to probe further on a statement that is not truthful, on a statement that won't guide us to a means to an end? Because that's why we're here. We need to connect the dots. And when you're sitting there telling us, I don't know, it could have been 2 months prior, it could have been 2 months earlier, that is not even close. Are we meant to sit here today and even probe you with as to when things happened when you've given us a written statement? I don't think we should continue with you today.
Chair, in terms of arranging the meeting with Brown, there will be no other staff member who would have been involved, because it was only me having a Brown's number and contacting Brown. And another thing with the statement, I was truthful and very open to the evidence leaders. Then they drafted the statement for me. When they drafted a statement for me, after we consulted, we checked it, rectified, but I was open to them that I'm not too sure about the sequence of events because I don't have anywhere to recollect. But I am confirming that a sequence of events, Mkhwanazi would have called me after that meeting. I'm guided by that, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, Chair. You see, our problem is that we are relying on the sequence of events here. And the sequence of events is explained by dates. To say on this date, this is what happened. And that is explained from the first to the last paragraph. If what we're being told here is anything to go by, it means the whole statement is misleading. So the committee can't rely on a misleading statement. And two, even if the statement was written by the evidence leader, they gave you to read the statement. They made you to confirm the content of the statement. And you signed the statement, unless you are telling us that you signed it ad acurés. If you are saying to us they made you to sign forcefully, then we can understand. But if they made you to read the statement and allowed you to sign it before the statement was commissioned, then it means the problem is with you. I think, Chair, the only option we have here, because we can't rely on a misleading statement. This is a misleading statement because he says he is not sure of the dates that he has written here. And the statement is reflective of dates from the first to the last paragraph. So there is no need for us to have this interview unless we are saying we have appetite of engaging in a talk show. Because this is a talk show. If he says, no, I made some mistake, some of these dates are not accurate, I did not have my gadgets. This is a statement for which you must be accountable in future. Because we make records here to say under oath, this is what you said to us. These are the dates that you gave to us. So there is absolutely no need for this interview. Nkabinde must go and write a proper statement and come back to an interview when he's ready for this interview. Unless he says he is ready to continue misleading this committee. If he says he wants to mislead us, then he can mislead us, but we are not prepared to sit in a talk show. This is a waste of time. Thank you.
I would suggest that we must not drive it that way. If there are questions that members want to ask him the question. We are about to break. That is where members can make suggestions during break as to how they view today's proceedings. But for now, let's check if there is any matter that you may want to raise with the witness. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. The earlier, Chair, I've asked the witness, and perhaps I was misquoted. But I'm disappointed that I'm here again. I was sitting somewhere there, Section 194 Committee. The same thing happened here, that one witness said that Nkabinde did his submission. Today, we are told our legal team has done that. But it's upon you, it's your responsibility before you sign that this is a true reflection of what we have discussed with the consultation team. But now, if we are sitting here, we are not sure, because I wanted to go back to say, if you remember my question, the issue of Lusikisiki, that Brown Mkhwanazi was not there. Are you sure about that? One, because you didn't know Brown Mkhwanazi, as you said. Yourself, it's not me who's saying that. You didn't know Brown Mkhwanazi. And I guess in Lusikisiki, it was not only you and the minister and the family. There are a lot of people in that area. But for me, my disappointment now, as you already confessed that you don't think this is a true reflection because it was written for you. But my worry is that even if so, you are supposed to read it. Because now we are speculating November, December, but Chair, thank you.
What are the questions that you want to ask the witness?
My time will come if we are continuing. I wanted clarity because I'm making my own, because I asked him earlier, Chair, to say I don't want him to feel like he's ambushed here.
Okay.
Thank you.
I thought you had questions. That is why I recognized you.
I'll have question later, sir. I wanted clarity. My
Honorable-
question will come, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Ngiqale ngokuxolisa Chair kwikomiti nezwe lonke ukuthi ngifike late. Bengisesibhedlela kushe imikhukhu lapha eBarcelona eKhayelisha 7 imikhukhu ishile. Bekunganayo imoto zokucima so besicima lapho. Mfaka Mcusa ngibingelele baba. Angiqale ngokubonga uHonorable Nomvalo ngokusivezela le discrepancy engaka. Mfaka Mcusa owami umbuzo ule muva ngisele kakhulu. Kunesilungu esithi show me your friends, I'll show you who you are. Ubani umngane wakho between ubaba Mkhwanazi nobaba uSibiya? Or lo beka best friend between the two, ubani beka best friend wakho?
General Mkhwanazi.
Hey. Angeneme kahle mfethu. Ngoba indlela owenza ngayo ngathi umngane kaGeneral Sibiya. Uyabona uvuma lokho, uphike lokho. Ukuphika ukuvume futhi. Lama date lawo mfethu bekumele wena uma ufika la. Ukucacisa uthi hey ngithathelwa amafoni ngicela ukungabhali statement. Uyabona nje ngabe uyangicela uthi shongwe mfethu ngicela ungicelele ku chair bangikhulule ngiye ekhaya. La kusesigodlweni kuyashisa mntaka baba. Angeke wacamba manga. So ngicela ukuthi mhlawumbe awubona uchair masiphuma la, yabona. Nicoxe mhlawumbe uyele ekhaya kababa uphinde ubuye ngoba ayichangeke. Lento evezo umfoka Nomvalo isichaqhe yonke lento. Mina ngisasikholwa ke lesi statement sakho mntaka baba. Mhlawumbe awufuna ukuthi uthole linye ithuba lokuthi usibhale futhi.
Mekuza ngendaba zama date ngingakusho la ukuthi ama date angekho certain ngawo ngoba angirefer dawo.
Ngiyakuvuma ke.
Kodwa ngokwezinye izinto and also I take ownership of this statement. I'm not definitely shifting any blame or to evidence leader because the statement was read by me and I signed. So it was an oversight that I could not, and the evidence leader could not pick up, and my legal team could not pick up that how can this one come first? So it was an oversight in the discrepancy of dates because I don't have information with me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Ukuthi ish kuningi ngawe mfethu yazi kuningi impela. Ku paragraph 58 you say you decided to record umbaba Mkhwanazi, right? You decided. Ku paragraph 58 of your statement. The same statement says ubaba Mkhunu uye watshela wena ukuthi urecord. So ngizama ukuthi impendulo zakho ziyafana nezikababa uSibiya nezikababa Mkhunu. Zihlukile ke nokuthi ngiveze ukuthi wena umngane kababa Mkhwanazi. Yabo uma ubona ubaba Mkhwanazi izwe liyamthemba. Indoda ethi mihle lapho ibuza ukuthi ubani igama ikuphendule leyo nto leyo. Ikutshela into eqinile ezwakalayo. Wena mfethu siseTharashishi. Sesibuya le Tarashishi manje angisazi sithini. Ngingakuceleli mfethu ukuthi sikukhulule ngempela. Cela mina ngikucelela. Ngiyakuthembisa ngizokucelela mfethu. Noma siqhubeke ngale statement. Siqhubeke ngale statement mntaka.
Chair, do I respond?
Yeah, you respond.
On the first question, on number 58, I've been not led on this one as yet for me to clarify why I wrote like this in terms of recording General Mkhwanazi. I'm yet going, if we're going to come to that, I'm yet to explain what happened. But with my statement, I take ownership of the statement, we can proceed.
Ngiyabonga Chair ngizama.
Bangazitha.
Honorable Chair,
And the last will be Ngola, who are going to take a break. Bangazitha.
thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm becoming more concerned when the witness actually says with confidence that we should continue with the evidence that he's leading. because we have lined up a series of questions based on the series of events that actually took place after the meeting that is actually generating a lot of discussion. There were issues in December, there were issues in January. We have dates coming from the witnesses that had appeared before us. Now, if the witness before us now is not going to be sure on the dates, what will then be the merit of, continuing interrogating him on the series of events that actually happened subsequent to November? And
I did not want us to debate that matter. I wanted to check if you have questions that you want to ask him. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think I also form part of the members who reject the attempt to shift the blame on the statement by the witness. Signed, and he does confirm that the information provided in the statement is the information he gave the evidence leaders. So I'm glad that he takes ownership of it. Chair, I want us to adopt for a little bit the court approach when there is a question of invalidity of certain provisions of a certain legislation. It does not wipe out the entire legislation, but point out that sections so and so are actually unconstitutional and therefore declare those provisions unconstitutional. I want us, Chair, not to wipe out the entire statement, because the witness as well is on record saying, I take ownership of the averments that are contained in the statement. So we have got paragraph 76 that talks about the Lusikisiki thing and the 30th. We have got paragraph 80 that talks about almost the same thing, the arrangement of the meetings in the October, November. Then we have got paragraph 81 that talks about whether an official residence or a private residence. So I want us to note those three and give his legal team and the evidence leaders during the break to look if there are no other irregularities in respect of the sequence of events, so that they fix that immediately before we come back. But one thing I want to check, Chair, is that what form of communication do you use when you arrange official meetings of the minister?
It depends. Official meetings, maybe with other departments.
Okay.
It will be
What
emails.
form of communication did you use
Do you use
to arrange?
WhatsApp or emails or intercom?
And specifically, Chair, with Brown Mkhwanazi?
It was a phone call.
It was a phone call?
Yes,
No
Chair.
emails, nothing?
No emails. I don't
I'm
even
asking,
have
Chair,
it.
was... okay, Chair, let me leave it for now. I'm going to pursue it further some other time.
Okay, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Malema.
Chair, and we must note that this is not just an oversight, it's perjury. We're talking about dates. It's not like a official residence matter and a non-residence matter. And more than likely, these dates are correct, that it was October, November, because the minister went to go and visit the mine, Stilfontein, in November, and that's documented. So it's intentional and it's perjury. And as the EFF, we're going to go and open a case of perjury after this. Because if we are going to adopt the approach that we must take some sections as they do in court as a mistake and an oversight, as we continue during this entire process, we are going to have to say, okay, this paragraph also, it was an oversight. This is a very short statement. You even have attorneys, so it was deliberate. And it also speaks to another point that you are not doing a sworn statement to the Parliament of South Africa serious. How many other statements have you given in this country that were not serious? You just write things freely and loosely. It also talks to your credibility. You did an entire report about the IPID executive director. Can we take that serious if you don't pay attention to something between 5 paragraphs on dates and you have attorneys? It's intentional and it is perjury. And we must treat it that way, not just as an oversight. We're not talking about an official residence being confused with private residence. And we're going to have other witnesses come here not taking what they are doing here in Parliament serious and treating us like, oh, okay, we're not sure of the dates. And even in the statement also, it should have been noted, I don't have my gadgets, I'm not sure about the dates. If you didn't know the dates, you should know that. You've been in the industry or in the service since 2018. You don't take chances, and especially dates. No, it's perjury. Thank you.
Honorable Malim.
Chair, I hear your ruling, but you know, colleagues, a man sits in front of you and say, I was thumb sucking this affidavit. He used that word. And then you still, if you take yourself serious, want to go on with an affidavit of being thumb sucked. He said it. I've thumb sucked this thing. October, November, and also, Chair, I want to put it on record, he's lying. October, November, it's a correct date because that minister went to the mine on the 14th of November. Not in July, on the 14th of November. And then now he says, no, October, November, he's caught in a lie. He changes to be prior, the call of Mkhwanazi. It's a lie. It's perjury, it's a lie. He needs to be arrested for lying to Parliament, lying under oath. So, we can go on a break, but if you take yourself serious, a man sits in front of you and say, I was thumb sucking this thing because I didn't have my gadget. He didn't only speak about dates. He's thumb sucking because he didn't have his gadget. The best would have been, which is what one of the honorable members asked him to do. Can't you ask to be recused on a hindsight, Chief of Staff? On a hindsight, it should be you say, it looks like I made a mistake here. Let me withdraw this and then go and prepare properly and then make references. Because this information I'm giving you about minister being at the mine on the 14th of November is in the media. It's a public information. Minister being in Lusikisiki is a public information. It doesn't require a diary. You went there for people who were killed and all of that. So I'm appealing to you, members of the committee, that a man can't say to you, once I say I was thumb sucking, it means I didn't take this thing serious. Therefore, I don't take you serious. And therefore, I don't take the people of the Republic of South Africa serious.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I have heard
Chair,
your views. No,
I've raised my hand, please.
yeah, listen to what I'm saying. We are breaking now, and the members must remain. We are releasing the witness and his team for break. I want us to discuss something ourselves as members.
But Chair, yeah, but it's,
yeah. No, I'm not saying you must leave. The members must remain in the house together with the senior counsel.
but Chair, I've raised my hand before you call for a break.
No. Honorable Skosana, listen to me. I gave you a chance to speak.
No, let's not go there, Chair, because you gave everybody multiple times. So let's not go there, please, please.
No. But remember, I gave you a chance to speak. I gave Honorable Shongwe a chance to speak. I gave Honorable Nomvalo a chance to speak. The last person in this row to speak was Bangazita. It's only Honorable Sauls who did not indicate he wanted to speak. We came to Honorable James. We took Honorable Ngola. We took Honorable Mattheys, and Honorable Malema was the last. So you will not be justified to say that you have not been given a chance to speak. So we are releasing you to have break, Mr. Nkabinde. Now, you will come back at 14 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable members, if you may please listen to me so that we do not waste time. First, I'm going to give to the senior counsel, and thereafter we will rotate to hear what members are saying. Senior counsel, the question I'm putting before the meeting is, how do we proceed from here?
Chair, when it comes to the evidence of a witness, and a witness in relation to a particular aspect or part of his or her evidence is found to be unreliable, I'm not going to use a stronger word, then it is not fair to infer, to conclude that the witness's evidence in its entirety should be ignored. Because there may be other parts of the witness's evidence which either is corroborated by other witnesses, or the witness himself or herself can confirm and corroborate objectively. So, in my view, the committee has taken note of that particular aspect of his evidence, i.e. that relating to Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, his knowledge of Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, whether he interacted with him, and so on. The committee can take note that they're not satisfied with his answers in that regard. But perhaps we have him here, we should proceed and deal with the other aspects that we want to deal with. The important aspects, the IDEC complaint is important. Also, in relation to Advocate Johnson's evidence on whether or not there is some kind of a witch hunt against Lieutenant General Khumalo when they arrested him, Mr. Nkabinde can shed light on that. So as much as I wouldn't mind, because we've got a mountain of work to do in relation to the preparation for the evidence of Mr. Matlala. There's a mountain of documents that we need to traverse, study, go through, and then consult with him tomorrow. But I think, in fairness for the process, yes, members have or may have taken a very dim view of Mr. Nkabinde at this stage, but allow him to continue with his other evidence, so that we can at least, we have him here today, let us conclude.
ANC. Oh, okay, question, Honorable Malam.
SC, you are saying we can't dismiss him on the basis of other parts of the evidence in his statement. But he said he thumb-sucked this affidavit. How do you go past that one?
Well, I'm not sure. Honorable Malema, that I heard him say that he thumb-sucked the whole of his affidavit. It seems to me that in relation to dates and WhatsApps to and from Mr. Mkhwanazi, he thumb-sucked them, and I think the committee can draw its own conclusions about that. That is why those emails, yes, Honorable Souls, they weren't put to him in consultation, but it's around about that time, September, October, and then you had the run-up to the 31st of December, and when we're talking about joining the dots, I put it to him and I said, did you get this in? And he says no. Clearly, today, the committee is not satisfied with that answer. But there may be other aspects where he can be credible and be believed. But I don't think at this stage we can rule him out, entirely.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Chief Whip was reminding me here that we haven't caucused yet. So, Chair, I think having listened to what the evidence leader has just said, we would be more concerned if we proceeded. Because of precisely the issues that he raised about fairness to the witness and process. Now, where we are sympathetic to Mr. Nkabinde is that throughout his testimony, as well as in his submission, he kept referring to the fact that he doesn't have his devices, which means that he feels disadvantaged already in participating in this process. Now, we may try and say, no, this we can strike out, this we can read in, but the witness is telling you that I'm disadvantaged. Now, if we then insist to continue and we make findings on the basis of what he has already said he's in a disadvantageous position from, it will not be fair to this witness, because if you just listen to what has been said here today, it's clear that most of us think that he is lying, whether inadvertently or deliberately so. I don't think it is fair to continue. I don't think it's fair to Mr. Nkabinde to continue. I think he should be afforded an opportunity to go and double check things. I mean, you just need to do a Google search to see that Minister Mkhwanazi didn't go to Lusikisiki on the 30th of September, it was the 1st of October, but then we will then drill onto those inconsistencies. So I don't believe it's fair to continue to share. But the Chief Whip may have a different view. And other members.
MKP. Is it you, Honorable Skosan?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I think it's evident that the witness, from his own words, he said that he has thumb-sucked this statement before us. I'm a bit disappointed as well that he came with lawyers here, and I think we are the one who are paying. I might be wrong, but I think we are the one who are paying for those lawyers. In fact, as a witness, he was supposed to prepare as well for himself with his lawyers beside our legal team. But for me, from where I'm sitting, I think for us to continue with him, we'll have challenges at the end. As my other colleagues have said, that he will say his gadget, he'll defend himself with that. So I guess the proposal for me will be he must go back and prepare himself with his lawyers this time, not with our legal team. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. No, largely covered by, this is the position of the MK party on this matter. Because, Chair, if we continue under the circumstances, it's going to compromise the whole integrity and credibility of our work. The witness has said here that he has tamsacked. 2, he says his gadgets are not with him. 3, he says that the statement was written on his behalf. Now, that should give you an indication, Chair, that if our report here, our final report goes to court, then the witness, the very same witness that we want to sympathize with here, will use the same reasons that he has given here to say, by the way, that statement is not reflective of my sentiments. This is what transpired. So we must not set a wrong precedent, Chair. And 2, we must avoid trouble while it is still far away at all cost, and not wait for trouble to compromise the work of this committee. So in summary and in conclusion, we're saying we can't proceed under these circumstances because we will compromise the credibility of our work. The witness must go home and prepare with his lawyers. Thank you.
Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think there would have been enough reason to continue had he not said the bit about thumb sucking. When he said that, he lost us. I think in terms of his statement, if he had stated right at the beginning that some of the dates might be slightly off because of the fact he doesn't have access to his gadgets, there could have been a discussion around that. But what bothers me is there's no indication that he went above and beyond to get the relevant information. I'm sure that if he had written to the department, for example, and said, my gadgets have been seized, I need a record of the diary entrances that I made for the minister on, more or less between these dates, I can't imagine that the department would have not granted him access to that or given him a printout of it. So this isn't a haphazard type of thing. This is about the collapse of an entire criminal justice system. So I'm concerned about that, and I respectfully don't see him taking it seriously enough as we are here today. He needs to go back to the drawing board and bring information that we can actually work with. I'm not sure if there's anything in the rest of the statement that we can be sure is not thumb-sucked. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Tlhopha.
Thank you. I'm covered, Chair, by what Honorable Cameron has said, and I'm in full agreement.
Okay. Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I think that the SC must speak from a very embarrassed position to even suggest what he suggested, because he's implicated in that mess. They say he wrote that kind of statement for the witness. That implicates us. That a witness was not properly prepared by our evidence leaders. And then they come and say, because they don't want to take responsibility, they come and say, no, let's proceed. They are the ones who prepared that statement for him. And this chap would have said to the evidence leaders of this committee, I don't have my gadgets. He says that actually. He says, I told them I don't have those gadgets. And when he speaks, you can hear the SC saying, roundabout, just estimate. When a man says to you, I'm in a disadvantaged position, I don't have my gadgets, I can't make reference to anything. Okay, more or less, when did this happen? And after they made him to do those things that he did in this statement, they said, no, let's proceed. After he said on a public platform that our own lawyers are the ones who said to him, thumbsuck, just roundabout, just think about it. Do you remember it? So it is incorrect that we want to put the whole blame on that chap without also making reference to our senior counsel, who should read these things and be able to point out contradictions right from the beginning, that but what you are saying doesn't make sense. So this guy deliberately misled us. He deliberately misled us, and the issue Honorable Mates is raising of perjury is very correct. when you come here, you don't thumbsuck. That's a message we need to send. And I was telling the chief whip of the ANC that we need to prepare other witnesses by sending this one home. So that next time they come here, they know it's not a place to play here. It's not a playground here. We sit here until 12 midnight and you still think we're playing. So we need to send a strong message. No one is going to come here and thumbsuck things and take advantage and want to undermine this committee. So I fully agree that we need to send him home. He needs to go, but we still need him back here. And there's nothing also in my knowledge, Chair, that stops you from calling whoever took your gadgets and say to them, can I please have access to my gadget because I'm preparing for the ad hoc committee. Those people will fully cooperate. He never says, I try to have access to my gadget, they refuse. So that's a person who takes this process very serious, that I can't go there without my gadgets. Can I please have access to my gadgets? I just want to cross-reference certain information. You can still keep them. Maybe they will even ask that he comes and do it in their office to do a cross-reference and be accurate on dates and facts about issues. He has never done that because this is a by-the-way process. We'll just see when we arrive there. They may not even ask us about those things. The minister went to the mine 14 November. He says he was given a number of Mkhwanazi October, November to prepare for a meeting of the mine. When he realizes, man, I made a mistake because I said Mkhwanazi gave me the number and I confirmed it. It's not about the date. It's about what matters there is about when did he start communicating with Mkhwanazi? He deliberately decided to just lie. And then when his court says, no, I don't have gadgets, I was thumb-sucking and all of that. So, Chair, we must never allow that here. No one must come here and play with this committee. I don't think he would have done that at Madlanga. So we must never be undermined as this committee, and that message must be sent strongly today. That here you don't thumbsuck, here you come with facts and you back those facts with attachments. And from there, we can have a proper engagement. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Matthys. Pangazita.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. No, from where I'm seated, Mr. Nkabinde is one of those key witnesses that we have lined up to assist us to unravel the issues that we are facing with here. So his statement is very critical. It has to be absolutely accurate. And the dates, Mr. Chairperson, for me, are very critical. You can't thumbsuck the dates. You can't make a mistake on dates because they actually dictate the sequence of events. Now, if he's not sure about dates, then obviously that will impact negatively on the sequence of events. If that impacts on the sequence of events, then we will never get to the bottom of the truth. So, therefore, then the question is, what will then be doing? Sizobe what will be doing with this witness? For what purpose, if we continued? Knowing very well that, one, this is a thumbsuck, secondly, the gadgets are not there and therefore the dates are inaccurate, and that his statement was not written or was written for him, and yet he signed the statement and he took an oath of that. And then it calls to question the whole value of the oath that he took here. So I support the notion that, no, let him be given time to go and he recollect his thoughts properly and write a proper statement on which he will actually take an oath which has value. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Chairperson, I disagree with all of my colleagues. And my reason is, it is clear that Mr. Nkabinde, he lied, it's clear. And he lied under oath. Does that mean we should stop the entire proceeding and let him go and redo the affidavit? If we say he must do so, then we must treat all the witnesses the same. General Mkhwanazi lied under oath about his testimony on former Minister Becky Cele. He then withdrew and said he apologizes, which means he lied under oath to this house. General Mkhwanazi lied, Mr. Nkabinde lied under oath. They are both wrong. We are sitting here with a WhatsApp that the SC says this WhatsApp evidence has been provided as testimony to him by General Mkhwanazi. There's a possibility that these WhatsApps are fake. That's the reason why we are probing. And I asked the SC for clarity. The WhatsApp that General Mkhwanazi in his affidavit provides and says it proves that Brown Mkhwanazi spoke to the Chief of Staff via WhatsApp. Whereas the WhatsApp says Brown Mkhwanazi is the name and the content of the WhatsApp speaks over Brown. Did Brown Mkhwanazi speak to himself? So there's a possibility that this too is a lie and it must be probed. So, Chairperson, if we proceed to say Mr. Nkabinde must go redo the affidavit, then we must stop the entire proceedings and tell General Mkhwanazi because he lied, he must go and redo his affidavit, and then we start all over again. I propose that if we are going to be fair, what we do to the one, we must do to the other. I propose we proceed and we interrogate like it is our responsibility to do. We did a very good job in exposing the lie of Mr. Nkabinde. That's what we're supposed to do. When it's submitted to us, we interrogate and we will determine whether someone lied or not. What other honorable members can do in their rights, now that they have discovered that he has lied, and EFF says they will open up a case of perjury, they should do that, because that's what we are here for. But if we're going to stop this proceeding on the basis that he lied, I'll support only if we then tell General Mkhwanazi, because he lied under oath, he must redo his affidavit, we don't accept it, and we will start the entire process over. Treat all witnesses the same. We have no side here. We have not chosen a side. So what's good for the one must be good for the other. If we proceed, despite the lies, under oath by General Mkhwanazi, then we must proceed today with Mr. Nkabinde and interrogate on that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think there's a difference here between General Mkhwanazi's statement and testimony where lies were exposed, alleged lies, and Mr. Nkabinde. Mr. Nkabinde clearly said earlier on that he was disadvantaged. So on that basis, to start off with, the man said he was disadvantaged, he didn't have his gadgets, and hence he had to thumbsuck the entire statement. I also cannot see us moving forward and having selective paragraphs that we're going to probe. It's either we probe a complete testimony or we leave it at that. Dates are key to this to the sitting, especially when it comes to us sort of doing trying to connect dates in terms of mapping of occurrence of events. It is very key to us. So today I disagree with my colleague behind me in terms of saying it's exactly the same. It is not the same because he has stated that he's been disadvantaged. He didn't have access. Everyone else, we're going to probe and we're going to catch them out in their lies. But there's a difference here with this witness. Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I think we've got to try and prevail on honorable souls, in line with what the majority view is saying in the meeting. And I think Honorable James is making an important observation that in many respects, those that came before us and those that will be coming, there would be instances where we are able to demonstrate that what they are presenting before us is inaccurate, is inconsistent, is wrong, and may be informed by an intention to conceal certain information. But in this case, we are dealing with a person that says, right from the onset, I was not ready to come to you. I think despite that, the fact that we have picked that up on one or two of the issues that were discussed, but the admission that right from the onset I was not ready, I think is sufficient, Chair, for us to agree that we should not proceed with the witness. And I'm saying, notwithstanding what Honorable Sols was saying about what Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and others have said before us. But in this case, we have to remember that the witnesses before us are here at our own behest. They need to help us. That's why the witnesses are here. We are not necessarily inviting people to prove that they've committed crime or they are wrong. We are inviting them to come and help us so that we can determine the appropriate course of action to deal with the crisis before us. So when a person who's supposed to come and help you says, I am coming to you, but I'm not as empowered as I should in order to help you to achieve your own objective, I think it's fair that we must be sympathetic to that and allow for the witness to go back and prepare and come back to us at a later date. Thanks, Chair.
SC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. In relation to Mkhwanazi, General Mkhwanazi, can I immediately say that he did correct the allegation he made against Minister Mkhele and then provided an affidavit. So I think it does fall in a different category. As far as the statement of all the witnesses that have appeared before this committee, we adopt the same procedure. We conduct interviews. They are recorded with the consent of the particular witness. We then draft a statement on the basis of that interview, referencing our terms of reference and the relevant documents. We then present it to the witness. As I indicated earlier, increasingly witnesses have lawyers on board with senior counsel and experienced attorneys. They then come back with a revised draft. We look at it and we engage, but at the end of the day, the responsibility for what's in the affidavit and what is eventually attested to under oath is their responsibility. Otherwise, we might as well have come here and just put the affidavit here and said to the Honourable Committee, now you can ask the witness questions. We don't. Otherwise, there's an assumption that we accept what the witness is saying under oath. And I think it should be pretty obvious from the examination of witnesses thus far that that is not the case. In fact, part of the preparation for witnesses before they appear here, we tell them that we are not only going to lead you in relation to what's in your statement, but we are also going to ask you questions. Some of these questions may be awkward or difficult, and we've also got to put the versions of other witnesses and statements to you, and there'll be an engagement. Because we don't have the luxury of a commission of inquiry where implicated persons are still going to be called and then it's going to be cross-examination later on. We don't. We have one shot at a witness who comes here. We lead the witness. The witness is then asked questions by honourable committee members, and that's how we do our business. So as far as today's statement is concerned, a draft was sent to them on Sunday afternoon. We subsequently got 2 further drafts. And the last draft was signed. I think parliamentary colleagues can confirm that we weren't happy with the fact that we got it pretty late, but they had to be put on SharePoint and they had to be printed. So perhaps I'm just being too defensive by saying we can't take responsibility for what's in the statement. We've looked at the other drafts. They're material changes. But from an attorney-client privilege point of view, it's not fair for me to put to a witness and say, but this is what we put in the original statement, and now you've changed it. Why are you changing it? That's not how we work. And then just lastly, as a matter of evidence, it is so that if a witness tells one lie, yes, it may or can and often does affect the credibility of a witness, but it doesn't mean that you can call a witness an untruthful witness in his or her entirety without testing other parts of the evidence. I've tried to suggest a practical way forward, but if honourable members feel differently, that's your decision, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honourable members, and thank you, SC.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
I raised my hand. Chair, the ANC has spoken, and then you allowed the Honourable Chief Whip to speak again. I raised my hand. You indicate to me I can't speak. So I'm asking, based on what statements has been made after I made my statement, I'm asking you to allow me also to speak.
Okay. If that is the point of order that we have given you a chance to speak, okay. Let me say this, we have given the ANC chance to speak, we have given the MKP chance to speak, we have given the DA chance to speak, we have given the EFF chance to speak, we have given the IFP, we have given yourself, we have given the Action SA chance to speak, and then we gave Honorable Ntuli, who comes from the ANC, which has 4 members in this committee, chance to speak. You request that I must give you a chance to speak.
Yes, Chair, because it was not on individual. When you gave the ANC, when you gave the ANC an opportunity and every other party, you were giving members. 2 members was speaking for a party. So you completed the rotation and then you went back to the ANC. So you should go back if I have.
In the ANC,
No, but it wasn't about individuals.
Let me remind you, it was only Honorable Sangoni who spoke. And
but you asked, is there anyone else in the ANC? Then when you came to EFF, you asked if there was anybody else. So you finished the party, Chair.
In the PA, okay. In the PA, Honorable Souls, who is the second member who must speak?
It was not about the members, it was about the party. Then you went back and you gave the party, after full rotation, you gave the party a second chance. Now you must give the PA as a party.
Yes, I
a
want
second
to, I
chance.
want to allocate a different member of the PA to speak. Who is that member?
For the second round, you give party.
Who is the
You give party.
who is the second member of the PA who must speak?
There's a second opportunity for the
No.
party to speak, and I will speak on behalf of the party.
No, it's not the second opportunity.
You gave the NC a second opportunity.
It was not the same member, Honorable Ntuli and Honorable Sangoni.
So in other words, we are restricted. Are you saying, Chair, that when you go for a second round and someone raised their hands, those with single members here are not allowed to participate in a second round after rotation? Is that what you say?
Honorable Souls.
No, please answer my question, Chair.
No. Let me remind you. When Honorable Sangoni spoke, I did not check with the...
Did she speak as ANC?
I did not check with the ANC if they had a second speaker. I realized that I only started checking with the MKP after Honorable Skosana has spoken. Honorable Nomvalo was given a chance to speak, and in the DA as well, we checked with Honorable Cameron and Honorable Thopper. And Honorable Kola Barnard can bear me witness. She also signaled to me that she was satisfied. We went to the EFF, Honorable Malema spoke, and I asked Honorable Matthys if she had something to say. Then I had to go back and correct myself and gave the ANC a chance to speak.
We must go on hindsight, sir, because that you did the same with the ANC. The ANC, no one else wanted to speak.
Yeah.
You went party by party. I don't care if anybody here feels that this is unnecessary. I will maintain. You must be fair.
If we give if we allow all members to speak, I will then have to note Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokhanyile, and Honorable Shongwe, and Honorable Kola Barnard, and Honorable Matthys.
Yes, we're debating the matter.
Those will be the only 5 members that will be allowed to speak because they have not had the chance to speak when the rotation was done. So it will be unfair to these members, and it is unjustified.
How will that be unfair when
it is unjustified by
But
every
on a point of order,
superlative.
Chair.
But when you came to them, you gave both members an opportunity.
On a point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Malem.
Chairperson, there is no procedure of a meeting where you can be engaged in a dialogue in a manner you are doing. You are setting a wrong precedence. He has made his point, he must switch off his mic and then you make a ruling. So to do what you are doing, I mean, these proceedings are not off cameras. The public is learning from you how to run meetings and how we must conduct ourselves. So this is a pure dialogue.
Yeah.
Please.
You know why we are engaging this dialogue? We must persuade and help this honorable member. We must help him. The problem here is not the chair. The honorable member has to be assisted.
Assisted with what? Stop behaving like we don't know what's happening here. He's not the de facto chair. He's advising you again, chair. You can decide what you can do.
Point of order, Chair.
I'm not pointing a finger at you. I'm telling you, you are not the de facto chair. You're not the de facto chair. Monoki for my point. Monoki for my point. Ye point for me. You just did. No. You have been unfair toward me countless times. When I raise my hand, you overlook me. Now you're saying you want to stop me from speaking simply because you did the normal rotation, Chair. You gave each member of the party an opportunity. I don't care if it frustrates everyone else, but I'm raising my point. You went party for party. You then asked individuals of the party to speak. The ANC said they will not speak after Honorable Sangoni. You came to the EFF, you asked both members. You asked both members. Then when you come to me because I'm one member, you say because you went back after rotation to parties, you gave the ANC another opportunity. As a party, so they are allowed to speak. The AFF can do what they want. So after the
But
rotation,
Chair,
you
sorry,
can
sorry.
give the party an opportunity
Mr.
to
Ashley,
speak.
I think this time around we are taking it the wrong way. Chair, Moke Hamchat, take your ruling. I was the next in line to speak, and you gave to SC. I respected that, Chair. So if you allow this to run through emotions, we won't get anywhere, Chair.
This is not emotion.
So can I ask Chair kindly
No,
with
no,
I'm
respect
just-
to
no,
Mr.
no, no.
Soul?
I'm just finally standing up for this.
Made your point.
Honorable Shong, may you please listen to me?
Yes, sir.
Listen to me, Honorable Shong. Let's give this honorable member time to speak. Let him speak. You continue, Honorable Sols.
May I speak on what I wanted to speak on? Is that what you're saying?
You can speak on anything that you want to say.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of what the Honorable James said, that he didn't have equipment that put him on a disadvantage, so the matter is different. It makes it even worse. General Mkhwanazi, he had no disadvantage. He had a professional team and still misled this committee. On the matter of Honorable Chief Whip, that it is not the same, we are granting Mr. Nkabinde in case he made a mistake to go and redo because he was at a disadvantage. Mr. Nkabinde testified that the rest of his things, he vouches for it. All I'm saying is, treat all witnesses the same. If we're going to say we will not proceed because he lied under oath, I agree. We must not proceed if he lied under oath. But then we must do the same with the testimony of General Mkhwanazi
Chair, point
and
of
stop
order.
the whole process.
Chair,
No,
point of order.
there is no point of
No,
order.
Chair, no,
Honorable
Chair.
Skosana, wait.
No, Chair.
No.
Just because I'm disagreeing with everybody.
There is no point of order, Honorable
this is
Skosana.
painful.
No.
You-
Let's allow the honorable member to conclude.
Yes.
Askis-
We have a
askis-
constitutional right to
askis-
express
the
ourselves.
answers Yamar be put.
So I will express myself. You can hate it, you can be frustrated, none of my business. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to express myself. I'm concluding to say, let us be fair. This committee has not chosen a side. There's no side. We have not sided with anybody. So what we do, if we're going to not proceed today, then we must require General Mkhwanazi to do the same. If not, let's allow Mr. Nkabinde, as the SC said, let's allow him to go do an affidavit on the section, just like General Mkhwanazi did for the section. Let him do that. I can be the only one, but that's my position. Let's be fair. We have no side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Ngola, may you please sit down. Okay, let's do like this. Let's do like this. Honorable Sangun, you have spoken in this meeting. And after you have spoken, there are other members that have spoken. Can I check with you if you want to respond to what each of the other members who spoke in this meeting have said about what you might have said?
No, Chair. And I think the members have been generally unanimous on the position. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana, I gave you an opportunity to speak. Do you want to respond to any of the statements that were made after you would have spoken?
Yes, I can, Chair. I'm saying we are being traumatized here, Chair. You know, we've been sitting here for the last 15 minutes. It's all about Mkhwanazi. we have agreed about the issue
can
of,
go to the
of
doctor.
General Mkhwanazi. We have agreed that he will come back here. Now, you know, to compare apples with bananas is not fair, Chair. You know, let's leave. We are talking about the witness who are sitting with us here, and we are fair to him. We have agreed here as members
Sana,
that
whose apple, whose banana?
that is
Whose apple, whose
intimidating-
banana?
is now the honourable member is intimidating me.
Bananas.
You come from the same party. There's no way
Chair.
you can intimidate each
No,
other.
Chongwe is playing now, Chair. I'm saying, Chair, we had a witness here. You asked almost all of us. We have agreed that we cannot continue with this witness. You know, and if anyone, if anyone says we must continue, you must motivate that. But we have agreed now. But instead of talking about this witness, we are talking about General Mkhwanazi again, who's not here. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo, after you said what you would have said, there are members who spoke. Do you want to respond to statements that other members would have
No,
made
don't
about what you
respond, Chair.
said?
No, we're okay, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Cameron,
Nothing, Chair.
Honorable Thopa,
Covered, thank you.
Honorable Malim, Honorable Bangazita,
Covered, Chair, thank you.
Honorable James.
Cover Chair, but if this committee decides to continue, Action SA will recuse itself. Thank you.
Chief Whip. Thank you. This is how each one of you must understand that enduringly we will continue to do things this way. If we give a party chance to speak, and the party wants to come back and respond to what other parties have said, those parties also have a right to come back again. Look, as you are chairperson, I want you to understand that I'm not taming the wild. I am not taming the shrewd. I'm dealing with reasonable human beings who are leaders of the South African society. And if you want me to go out and get a pair of turkeys, a stomach out and turkeys, and start running, I don't have that energy. I will give you time to speak. If we speak until 4 o'clock the next morning, I will sit here and preside over the proceedings. So I just want to request to honorable members to understand that when we have given you a chance to speak as members, if you want to come back again, other members also have the right to be given that, that opportunity. Let me give the summary of
Chair,
the
it's
discussion.
not called the stomach out, it's called the crop top.
A crop top. Yeah. Thank you for deputizing me. Yeah. Honorable members, you have said it here that we are not in a position, or we are in no position to proceed with today's hearing, given the quality of information that has been presented before this meeting. And maybe just to give you my observation, which does not cancel what you have said. The statement that has been made by the witness here, that he did not have gadgets or the means, is inexcusable. The witness is a chief of staff in a department, and the witness could have confirmed, because The matters that were put before him are matters relating to dates, calendar days, which in the weekly program or the diary of the office of the minister, they should know which event happened first or what was the sequence of all those events. And I am convinced that there was no demonstrable intention on the part of the witness to be truthful with the committee. These are very simple answers that the witness could have given, or even if he was given 5 minutes, he would have gone out and confirm when did the minister go to Lusikisiki, when did the minister have a meeting with the delegation from the Northwest, and when did the minister went to Stelfontein, like Honorable Malema sitting here was able to know that the event or the visit of the minister to Stelfontein was on the 14th of November. So the summary of the discussion is that the proceedings are going to stop now with this decision. And then the legal team will then go and look at a date, probably the week that we are in Pretoria. We may have to look at rescheduling the appearance of Mr. Nkabinde is one of the key witnesses that we have identified. And we are not saying that at the time of his reappearance, he's going to say something new. He may come back and say the same information that he has given us here, because he continued here. He insisted, Honorable Sangodi, that he takes ownership of the statement. And if you also listen to what Honorable Nomvalo has said, that the statement was extracted from him, and then after it was written, it was sent back for him to go through it, and possibly with the assistance of his lawyers. And thereafter, when he was satisfied that the statement represents what he wanted to depose with the committee, he signed it and sent it here, a sworn statement. And when he arrived here, he took oath to say, apart from the sworn statement already before you, any piece of evidence that I'm going to give before this committee shall be the truth. And nothing but the truth. It was him saying it here. But he did not tell the truth that he had promised us that he will tell. So we have been told two sets of lies. Lies in the statement and lies orally presented here before this committee. And I think it's a matter which the legal team of Parliament will have to look at. If there is any consequence, they can advise us on how we should handle the matter of a witness who comes before the committee and misconduct himself the way he did. And honorable members, we must separate this from the correction that was made on the statement of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. It's a different matter, and they cannot be treated similarly. And then, as I conclude, honorable members, I will say that it's a sad day. I'm worried as the chairperson because we no longer have time, and we have written a letter of request for extension. And to miss a day in the proceedings is too much. We could have done work today. It's not something that we desire to do, but unfortunately, things happen the way they do. So we must look at how we can recover the time that we would have lost today. And we said that we need to allocate ourselves a day to deal with the public submissions. We still need to have that day and determine how we are going to deal with those matters. And members can make suggestions and indicate when do they think that we can have that meeting. Before Parliament rises, as we are waiting for the approval or disapproval by the Speaker, we should also have a meeting to determine the amount of work that we may want to do in the event we are given approval. Before Parliament rises, we must have done some work so that when we come back in January next year, we know that the work would have been done, and then the outstanding work, we can plan how we conclude it in that period between January next year and the time that the Speaker would have approved in case that approval comes our way. And then the last thing that I'm going to request from you as honorable members, it is not the task of the chairperson to make the work of this committee, especially how we conduct our proceedings, to succeed. It is the responsibility of members. The manner in which you conduct yourselves during the proceedings is the one that determines how far we can go as the committee. And you can agree with me that some of the wranglings that we have in our meetings are unnecessary. So the half a day that is given to you today is time for you to go and reflect on the good things that you might have done in the committee and the bad things that might have set us back as a committee. And as I always say, do not tell anybody about the bad things that you might have detected. You just take a decision to say, in the next meeting, I want to be different from how I have been previously. It will not be new. Saul has also made a decision at some point when he reached a Damascus moment and decided to be Paul. So if all of us decide to be Pauls, that will help us to do our work with ease. And I want to thank you so much, honorable members, for the deliberations. We have not come to the end. We must formally call Mr. Nkabinde here back to inform him about the decision that we have taken. Can the staff help us? I see honorable members have their bags ready. Can the staff help us to have Mr. Nkabinde back in the house so that we can tell him about the decision that we have arrived at? Thank you so much, Mr. Nkabinde and your team. I believe that you had time to make reflections during the break.
Yes, Chairperson.
Did you do so?
That's correct.
And do you still take ownership of the statement that you deposited with our legal team?
Chairperson, I do take ownership. However, with regard to date discrepancies, I think I did not do much of a research because of the time was very short during my engagement. So I think I definitely need to do a thorough homework in terms of, even if I estimate, but it should be a true reflection. Like for instance, Chair, I'm even now starting to check my office and so forth. It appears that even the date of 30 September is wrong.
Okay.
Of Lusigisigi. So
No,
it's
it's fine.
it's becoming a mess.
Don't say many things. Do you?
It's now becoming a mess.
As the chief of staff in the office where you work, do you develop monthly or weekly programs?
Weekly programs, sir.
And then in those programs, you list activities that will be happening,
That's correct.
and they happen under your supervision as the chief of staff.
That is correct.
And that can be interpreted to be some kind of a diary for the office under your supervision.
That's correct.
Okay. So it then means the information that you must present before this committee. If you don't have it here with yourself, you have it at the office. If you don't have it in your cell phone or in your laptop or any gadget, you have it at the office. Correct?
Some Chair, it will be like that, but some of the meetings, like the one for Brown,
Do you have a PA yourself?
no, I don't have.
The minister has a PA who keeps a diary of activities,
That is correct.
and you manage the activities of the minister.
That's correct.
Okay. So, look, the statement that you have made here, that you do not have gadgets, by any professional standards is inexcusable, especially for a person in a position like the one that you hold of being a chief of staff, managing the day-to-day activities in the office of a minister. In the department, the DG may not know where the minister is, but you are going to know. And sometimes the DG is even informed by you that the minister is planning to go to Stelfontein on this day. If there is any report that you must prepare for us, please let's have the report ready, or a briefing. So the committee has unfortunately made a reflection on the evidence that you presented here, and is worried about the quality of statements that you have made before it. And so you will have to go back, because when you appear before us, you don't appear before us as an accused person. You appear before us as a South African who is having a conversation with the committee to help the committee to understand the difficulties. I mean, Advocate Patoi, when she was here, she said the criminal justice system is in a crisis. And as one of the role players there, you must help us to understand the extent of the crisis that the criminal justice system is confronting, and maybe go beyond that and even suggest how you think Parliament as an institution that enacts laws can make those interventions. And so far, or the length that we have gone with you, will not help us to achieve exactly that. And yeah, so we want you to go back and make honest reflections about the information that you think we deserve to get from you. If there is any moral standard that you subscribe to, summon that moral standard to your statement. If there is any ethical standard that you subscribe to, summon that ethical standard to your statement. If there is any badge of integrity you have on your shoulders, put that badge of integrity on your shoulders, and then write a statement that you think is for the attention of this committee. Make a determination or make a choice to help us to arrive at a decision that can help the Republic of South Africa to move forward. We can't pray for you, unfortunately. And we cannot even organize any ceremony for the ancestors for you to subscribe to all those values that we have spoken to. It's a conscious choice that you must make as a citizen of this country, especially that you understand that you are one of the senior public servants in the democratic state. So go and look at yourself in the mirror. When you look at that mirror, see morality written in the mirror and read it and understand what it is. See integrity in the mirror. See ethics in the mirror. See all the values in section 195 of the South African Constitution and internalize them. And then make a statement that must appear before this committee. That must come before this committee. We don't have time. Our time is expiring on the 28th of November. And in the next 10 days, you should be ready. In the next 10 days. Your legal team is here with you, behind you. You don't have to interpret anything to them. They have heard what the committee is saying. We need from you that conscious choice to help us to move forward. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the proceedings.
Elabakhethiweyo olelo sela alelo